What's going on, everybody? Cali Death Podcast back once again, episode 89. I'm here on a Thursday, as always, with my resident homies, Casey and Joel. We'll see Joseph within the hour or so. He'll be on. Tonight is probably the most special night of the show for me so far. 89 episodes into this thing. We are joined by the great Paul Masvidal. How are you, Paul?
I'm doing well. It's an honor to be here with you guys.
It's an honor and a pleasure, like I said, pre-pod, to have you, meet you, and be able to sit and chat with you tonight, dude. This is a dream come true for me, no doubt. I mentioned that Cynic has been my favorite band for 20 years now, and everything that you have put out has had a deep connection with me in my life. It's gotten me through the lights, got me through the dark. And yes, thank you so much for giving us your time. Real quick, we're going to do some plugs. Let's do a battleforgecoffee.com plug for our homies in Deeds of Flesh. Go get your caffeine fix over there. Get some swag. Support the underground. CaliDeathPodcast.BigCartel.com. We only have 4 shirts left, guys. We have one small, a couple of XLs, and a double XL. One of you guys wants to buy one during the show, maybe Joseph will do a live bagging for you later on. And let's plug that tour. Did we get the flyer ready for that tour? Boom, there it is. Shedding the Virus 2022. We're sponsoring this tour. Joseph's drumming with Ominous Ruin, our friends in Ominous Ruin, 7Gs, Alex Basie, all those guys. We love them. We just did a show with them on Tuesday to pump it up for them a little bit. But yeah, if you're in one of these areas, please go support the underground. And Paul, do you have any places that you want to plug online where people can buy merch or get information about what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like indie merch, is our main jam for US primarily, but they ship worldwide and they got a lot of good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then Traveling Merchant, which is a Europe-based shop. But if you just put in travelingmerchant.com and search Cynic, or
Awesome.
my Instagram has all the links and stuff too there in the bio. So
Killer. Right on.
for sure.
So again, thank you so much, Paul. I know you're over in Miami right now. We'll be getting into why you're over there. I'm sure most people already know. But how we usually do it on the show is, and this is a very exciting conversation to ask this man. Did I say conversation question? Sorry. We like you to take us back in time. We like you to take us to the point in childhood, the earliest memory that you can remember where music clicked with you. It wasn't just background music. Something caught your attention and made you want to pay attention to what you were listening to. And then it's off to the races from there.
Yeah. I mean, what immediately comes to mind before I even played an instrument was being in my mother's house and my mother's car and hearing music come on. And she had super eclectic taste. She was kind of into everything from folk to Cuban music to like Neil Diamond and like all the Sinatra stuff. There's like kind of all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll never forget, and this must have been in the early mid 70s, hearing a song. I want to say it was like, fucking, what song was it, man? I don't even know. Make It With You or some shit. It's David Gates. The band was called Bread.
Oh,
And,
okay.
yeah. Actually I think they were a California band. And I just remember hearing this song. I mean, I do have a distinct memory of it and thinking, wow, I want to be able to do that. Like the magic of song, fucking hit me. It made an impression at a very young age. And
What was that age?
probably like, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there may have been earlier memories, but I'll just have that distinct memory of at that point feeling like it was like a real magical power, like to hear somebody so honestly sing and make me feel something so deeply. It felt like like this superpower. I was like, wow, just
Yeah.
dude, it just feels so magical, especially
Right.
being so young. I was just so raw and open, and I thought, fuck, I want to be able to do that. It was one of
Yeah.
those moments where it was just, and I think that was probably the beginning of the seed planting, where it was like, within a few years, I got a guitar, 10,
Right.
I was
Right.
playing. And so it's definitely was the beginning.
Tell
And
us the story about getting that guitar.
well, I actually got a bass first.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm remembering now. My parents were divorced at a young age, so I'd gone, I think, to my dad, who had maybe a little more bread at the moment, and I was like, "Hey, I want to play an instrument," And I think he just didn't listen too clearly and just brought a bass or something.
Yeah, yeah.
He was like, "Oh wait, no, not one of these," and
Yeah.
it's swapped it pretty quickly. And I think the first guitar was like a West Tone or something, like a cheap Strat or something. I
Right.
don't even know if that's the brand name anymore, but it was one of those things where it took a little while. I don't think I remember it wasn't until I was about 13, 14 that I was like, okay, I fucking can do this. And like, I actually started to practice seriously. And I think I was at summer camp and I brought my guitar, and I remember having that moment where I suddenly could like, my right hand got its shit together and I could pick fast and like play passages and shit. And I was like, okay, I can do this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Suddenly you get some facility on the instrument and it gives you confidence. And I had those moments of like where I felt at a young age I had a natural inclination to the instrument. It just felt like the right thing to be doing. And
Hmm.
like it just went very natural for me. And then I don't know that either of my folks really thought much of it. They just realized that I was one of those kids that rather than doing a lot of socializing in those years, especially by my teens, I was just totally interested in practicing. I just wanted to get better and play. So I was just woodshedding and just jamming. And then I got introduced to Sean, in elementary school around that same period.
Oh, wow.
Actually,
Elementary school, huh?
Jeez.
yeah, I think we were 13.
Wow.
Yeah, so right around when I started to get good, or at least kind of feel like I could play riffs in like a solo, and like I figured out solos of my brother was into classic rock. I grew up hearing like Zeppelin and Floyd, and so I was like picking out that shit and like learning stuff.
What
And
was actually, to take it back just a little bit, what was the first song that you played from front to back where you're like, I learned it and I finished it? Like,
it might have been an Ozzy song.
nice.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
like what year was Over the Mountain? I can't even remember. Like, was it
82 or something? That was off Diary of a Madman, I
Never
think.
Madman? Was that
Yeah,
82?
I think so. Or
Probably like
81,
Over
82.
the Mountain, because I remember I was obsessed
Yeah.
with Randy Rhoads,
Fuck
and
yeah.
that guitar solo was just like fucking A, I want to play like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
when I like could play it, I was like, fuck yeah. And
Yeah.
then and I got into like heavier and heavier shit because I was just pushing the envelope. I had to get heavier than my brother.
Right.
But I mean, by 14, 15, we're getting Metallica demos and shit. You know what I mean? It's Slayer. And I was calling fucking Tom Araya, whose phone number I got on the underground, and was like, hey, dude, I can play your songs. And he was like, play me something. And I put the phone up to my PV amp and fucking played him Cryonics and shit. He was like, that's
Wow.
pretty good, dude. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. He was actually cool. Kerry King was really a dick. He was so
Mm.
and I mean, I'm going to diss him now, but he was just not nice to a little fanboy.
Right.
And I never talked to Jeff, and Dave was just kind of like dry. But Lombardo, who I spoke to for a minute. But Tom was like your dad. He was just so chill and so sweet, you know. And I think about, because I called him probably a couple times, but he was just so warm and like open and receptive to me being this young guitar player who was just a fan who wanted to share what I learned. But I had the real benefit, man, which I think is different from a lot of people that have grown up maybe in the past 10, 20 years playing guitar, is that my world was not in front of a computer. It was how I learned really was getting in front of other musicians. So here I'm meeting Sean, 12, 13. The day we met, I went to his house and we jammed in his bedroom, you know? So we immediately like, bam, I was like, okay, we're doing this, you know, we were like writing songs. And so we forged an alliance at a very young age and had immediate interaction with a fellow musician, you know, and Sean was a beast of a fucking drummer.
Yeah, I mean, you think about other people who have gone through the trials and tribulations of finding a musician, a drummer as a guitar player, vice versa, and how many times they miss before they finally hit. And here you are, the first guy you go to jam with is fucking Sean Reinert.
I mean, and he was like stupid then. Do you know? I don't remember Sean ever sucking. You know what I mean? Like,
it's a natural.
Just like I mean, I've told this story before, but he was the kid that went to his first drum lesson. He had played piano before. His mom, you know, he was like, I want to play drums. I want to play drums. His mom takes him, okay, well, you have to take lessons. You have to be good if you're going to do this. And he apparently the first lesson, man, the teacher plays him like a Police song because, you know, Stuart Copeland was like kind of advanced for pop stuff. And Sean said to him, I know what he's doing. I understand what he's doing. This is before he ever sat behind a drum set. Jeez. And he literally sat behind the kid and started to play the groove. And the teacher was like, I don't know if I can teach you. And the teacher was like, well, maybe I can show you technique and stuff. So he started to teach him technique stuff, but Sean had it in his karma. He came in fully programmed with stick talent that like he did work hard to become the drummer he became, but he came out of the bat fucking already solid. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
Piano background helped.
I mean, it's not surprising that man is just was always a monster.
Yeah, and it was a dream for me. I was so spoiled because first off, I was lucky enough that he was my first musician friend, right? So, wow, that's the first dude I get to jam with is Sean Reinert, you know?
Yeah.
And then that any idea I ever had, any drum thing, anything, he could do it. Like there was nothing beyond his scope. So I could just hum weird riffs or parts or be like, do this thing or do doubles there and fucking switch into this and he just like busted out. Like it was fun for him. You know what I mean? Like so musically proficient that playing was just a joy. It was just all a dance of expression. Sean was just a master, you know?
So how long, you probably started out with covers, obviously. So how long into playing with him did you guys start playing with writing originals?
Pretty soon, man. Like I just saw a buddy actually, was it last night? I think it was last night, yeah. A buddy of mine, another childhood friend, his name was Russell Mofsky, who was another guitar player. He was part of that. Like he came in the room with Sean and me early on. He went to a different school, but he kind of just like, we knew him through Sean's sister. And I remember us playing like Dio, Rainbow in the Dark, and like all these like, you know, bits and pieces of covers of these bands, Metallica, early Metallica stuff. But we, Slayer, of course. And then I think probably like kind of the writing original music went hand in hand. Our first band was called Kobold, which is like a German goblin or something, you know, it's a word for, I used to pick names out because my mom had a big ass Webster's dictionary, this fat, in the living room. Yep. And I would just flip through it, just looking for weird words and shit. And it was like kobold. And it's like, I think they're represented as the goblins on like, you know, churches and shit, right? Those are
almost like gargoyles or
gargoyles type things.
Nice.
Okay.
We were like, that's a cool name, you know. Right. And And then what other did we have? Oh yeah, and then we had Krypha. Maybe Krypha was first, and then Kobold. Actually, it's funny. Now I'm going even further back. This is trippy, dude. You're bringing me way back. We had a band called Seaweed.
Oh, and what we were just talking about pre-pod, dude.
Oh, that's right. Where you're just swimming. You're just swimming in the seaweed or trying to avoid the seaweed.
It was Seaweed was the first band.
Trip. I actually like that one out of all of them.
I know.
I know, me
think it
too.
was Seaweed
I'm
album.
a beach town kid too.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
No, it was with our friend. We had another homie, this guy Reed, and we had songs like called, Abyssal Plains, like the deepest part of the ocean. Like we had themes around like the ocean and seaweed.
Awesome.
And,
dude.
yeah, I think that our one song, which might even be on fucking YouTube, God forbid, it's
Really?
called Seaweed Creature. And yeah, I don't know. I'll have to find it somewhere, man.
So there's some basement tapes of these early projects then
Oh
too.
yeah, I mean, I was with my friend Gus, who's another childhood friend tonight, and he was asking me. We were talking about childhood memories because he knew Sean as well, and he's like, what are your one of your fond memories?" He just asked me that when we were walking back, and like from the beach to this restaurant, and then we got the Uber to get here, which was the whole delay. But
That's all
anyway,
good.
so he I remembered Sean and I with boom boxes making tapes of like what would be the equivalent of a podcast today. We did our own like radio shows. Where we would
Oh, okay. Cool.
yeah, and we'd act like a DJ. We'd be like, "So, what kind of music are you?" You know what I mean? And we're talking like
Wow.
Jesus, you're ahead of the time on that too.
space, man.
I know, man.
It's crazy to think about
So
that.
cool.
He was saying when you get home, when you get back to Cali, you got to fucking digitize that shit. I wonder if they'll even play, but I got all those tapes,
That's
And
awesome.
This is like prepubescent. I mean, our voices are super high. We're fucking like giggling and shit.
Oh, I'd love to hear that, dude.
Oh, man.
Dude, no, there was a tape we made, a couple, where we went and got Mexican food and fucking farted all night. It was like a fart tape.
Dude, I had a fart tape too.
I had a fart ringtone of my own farts too for a while.
That's amazing. I want one of those.
Yeah. Technology, man.
Yeah, dude.
I know. I gotta mix up. But dude, so yeah, you know what I mean. So many early childhood memories like that. But we were writing songs early on, and I think it went hand in hand because we were really like artist musicians. We had the interest in being better and really being skilled, but we also wanted to come up with new ideas and make our own music. It was like part of the joy was to create something, and
Exactly.
you know what I mean. It's like
Creating with other people too. That's like
so motivating.
one sculpture that everybody sculpts in, and then it becomes this whole thing that is the collective effort. And
Totally, man. Yeah, it's like exactly 100% that. It's like it's just you kind of morph into one thing, and that's so many years of my life with Sean. We were just one thing that was just amorphous and kind of coming in and out of each other's consciousness. Like this is one of those things where I feel like we didn't really get to know each other as people as much as we did just as these weird creative kids that just made art the day we met. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It wasn't even about like, oh, we got stuff in common. The only thing we had in common, I mean, ended up having a lot in common, but it was really like this one kid in school, Ron Rivchin, who my friend Gus knew was one of his old best friends, in the cafeteria said, Paul's the only drummer, and Paul's the only guitar player, and Sean, you're the only drummer. You guys need to meet. And Sean got the pepper shaker in the cafeteria and went, nice to meet you. And, the joke with Sean was that he was blowing pepper in my face our entire life. It was our dynamic. He was like the little brother who was just fucking. You know what I mean? But that tension makes great music, man. Like
Totally.
that was the fucking thing that just we were scrubbing against,
Right. And
That's-
your conversations with each other were through the music as well too. Like it's a language so you say like you didn't really get to know each other as people, but actually you were showing each other who you were.
Deeper. It's deeper than the personality, man.
Mm-hmm.
I always feel like if someone understands my music, like you know me better than anybody, because that's as real and transparent and deep as it gets in terms of a place of expression. Like this is all just like, who is this? I don't know who the fuck is talking. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. It's like,
Yeah.
so it's the music feels so pure, and that's so it's yeah. So I'm it's grateful to be chatting with you guys because it's like, oh yeah, you know, you feel seen.
Yeah, dude, definitely. I mean, these are the types of things that we love to dig into on the show. So I want you to keep going though. So like you had the first couple of projects, the basement tapes. What age did you guys really start getting serious with it? Because I'm sure you guys were part of the tape trading situation back then, and you're coming across all the underground stuff. Like, actually, too. Side note: what was the first tape in the tape trading shit where it just blew your mind?
I mean, there were so many cool fucking extreme bands, man. The scene was so electric and experimental then, as it is now. But it was just definitely there was shit that was so fucking. Oh, Gus, hold on, Gus, no. Oh shit, hold on.
It's all good. It's all good. I think the dog got let out. I think.
Oops. Oh, I saw a tail there earlier. Yeah, I was like gonna ask him, is that a pet or?
It was
But
like
it's all
perfect
good.
timing with the dog, and they were like he was like ducking behind with like the tail behind him. I was like,
Dude, this is so sick, guys.
I know.
Already.
Okay. Sorry about that.
oh, you're all good.
Yeah, there was. So I'm thinking there were so many bands. Like a band that comes to mind that was really kind of fun and experimental. That's my buddy.
What up, Gus?
Yeah.
What up, guys?
There was a band called Wehrmacht. You know, like remember Slayer had that shirt, Slatanic Wehrmacht.
Oh yeah. It's like the Germans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some kind of. It's actually like probably a Nazi reference, which isn't very cool. But the band was this weird kind of Zappa grindcore,
Whoa.
like funny but like sick musicians and really smart lyrics, and like just really clever, weird outsider kind of punk Zappa fucking grindcore. Like that's the best way to explain
That
it.
sounds like I really want to listen to that band. I hope they're not Nazis.
I don't think they were Nazis. They were more just like weird and had like it was just a weird word that they used or something. Like I don't
Right.
remember a Nazi thing. And
Yeah, I always hope like with the Slayer thing. I always hope that it was kind of like a
Shock
it's like,
thing.
You're referencing like dark times and it's scary. It's kind of like a horror film with a lot of like death metal bands, but they
Yeah.
decided to use that imagery because you just see like the gnarly like the helmet like
Slayer
skeleton.
got way into that shit. Right?
I know. Yeah, Jeff Hanneman supposedly like had like a huge collection of like the World War
Yeah.
II like, but it's like
That's weird, dude.
I mean, sort of
yeah.
Lemmy did
Not
too.
cool.
Lemmy, you know, but
Not
much people like, you know, yeah. It's like they were like collecting it as like a weird, like it's like a horror thing. I'm hoping it's a horror thing, like a really like scary part of humanity to collect. But to have it in your house is kind of like it's bad. It's just bad feng shui.
Bad feng shui.
No, but there was this, there was always like in the way that there was acceptable homophobia in the metal scene, there was acceptable like forms of racism too, and there was a lot of Nazi bullshit going on in the
Totally.
punk scene too, man. The punk was even worse, right?
Worse.
Right.
So it's just, and it was all about people trying to be edgy and fucking rebellious, but it's like to me that's like the lowest vibrational form of stupidest shit you could possibly. It's like it's right there with like torturing animals or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like it's if you've taken enough psychedelics, like seeing something like that sounds like a really dissonant chord, like like it really has like a really weird, like you said, vibrational. So it just has like a like you lose on a like what's that Family Feud? It's like like it's like it's like you hear that almost like when you see like that kind of negative stuff like on psychedelics. Yeah.
But I don't remember their lyrics being anything like that. I just remember their music being extremely crazy. And I mean, there were so many. It's like now I'm like thinking because there were so many bands that were just one-offs that just made one demo or a couple demos and just were gone. And I always think about like what happened to that band or what was, you know what I mean? It's like there was such an abundant scene. And then weirdly, there's bands that like appeared back then, like Mantis, that became Death.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was tape trading. That's how I met Chuck. You know, it was literally just like tape trading scene. We swapped some shit. I got, you know, Infernal Death demo at some point after hearing the Mantis stuff, and he started to do Death. And I was like, this is so sick. I need to know who this is. And some friend of mine was like, oh, you should, you know, here's his phone number. He's up in Orlando, which is like 4 hours north of Miami, where we were living. And I was like, I got his phone number. I started to call him and became his friend, you know?
Dude, that just shows like, you know, the difference of today versus then, because you've already mentioned twice like how you got a hold of people was on the phone.
Yeah.
You know? And it was a phone connected to the wall that you had the cord, and you were just tethered to it.
Yeah, it's not a DM and it's not an email.
Mm-mm.
It's a phone call, and you hear a living, breathing person. Because if it wasn't a phone call, it was snail mail. And snail mail was amazing, and we all got to know each other in incredible ways because you'd write these long letters to people sometimes, just
Right.
and we'd send our lists of our demo compilations and breakdowns. I mean, it would just be a little bit of everything, man. And so it was really kind of like, and you can get to know people. Like I remember really, you know, you felt like you got to know people just by their handwriting. It was weird because you never heard them speak. But once you got a hold of people on the phone, like Chuck immediately, it was like there was a friendship forged because now you're in that delicate space of speech and it's intimate.
Totally.
Yeah.
So to take it back to Sean and you, so you guys are what age? I forget when you guys started really writing the serious stuff.
So
and
probably like, yeah, I mean, we were playing, you know, we played people's backyard parties at like 14 already. By 14, 15, we were playing parties and clubs and
what would be the like describe the style you guys were playing at that time?
It was like kind of like, I guess just like rock, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like we were like interested in, I mean, we weren't probably good enough to play the extreme stuff. If we did, it was in a more punk way. Like we could do it, but I think we were just doing more like rock inspired songs, just like, I'm trying to think, but like just more straight ahead, like kind of just like, what are those bands? Like almost like, you know, even early 80s kind of sounding stuff, you know? Like, I mean,
like jam rock type? No, not jam rock, but
not
like
jam, more just like, you know, it's like thinking of like bands. I mean, it's, I mean, there was even a dare I say this, there was like a, you know, maybe the first Motley Crue record. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like that was like a thing, you know?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
And then like,
Jam was on that.
yeah, what else was there? I mean, obviously a lot of the classic rock stuff, but I just a lot of the '80s kind of. So we were just writing these really straight ahead tunes, and then we had the Seaweed thing also. So I'm thinking like Seaweed was almost more of this like branch that was more of like the Voivod side of ourselves, which was like this being weird and original and not playing by the rules. So I think actually what's interesting now is I'm realizing Krypha, which came from you're taking apocrypha and just take, you know, the end of that word, apocryphal or whatever, and pulling out that word out of it. And I think that was the first band, really. Kobold, Krypha, and then Seaweed happened. And Seaweed was like Voivod and fucking being weird and edgy and trying to kind of develop a sound that was unique and didn't sound like anybody else. And
was it instrumental or were you doing vocals at the time?
He did vocals, my friend Reed. And he just did this kind of low, kind of semi growl, but not really. It was almost more spoken, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And really just nerdy about the lyrics and stuff. And then I think really it was post Seaweed, there was the birth of Cynic, you know? Cynic
Right.
was probably, because that was already, now we're talking mid 80s, and Cynic's first demo was 87. So 87 or 88. Can't remember now.
So you said nerdy about the lyrics. What were you some things you were writing about at the time as a young
I
man?
mean, like the post Seaweed, early Cynic. Really, I was very political. You know, it was just very reactive kind of lyrics where I was very much at war with society and the ways of the world.
Kind of taking a punk
Yeah, very punk.
aesthetic.
Yeah, and we were into punk. I mean, we're actually, that's another thing I should mention. Like at the time, there was like, you know, the punk scene was merging with the metal scene too, and there was a lot of weird bills that happened. Like I remember as a kid going to see Destruction and Cro-Mags, you know,
Oh wow.
and like there was tours like that, and those weren't cool vibes because the skinheads didn't like the metalheads. You know what I mean? So a lot of tension at the concerts and stuff, but.
I wonder what that if promoters knew that. I wonder what they were trying to do with that. Were they trying to bring people together, or are they trying to cause a little hostility?
I think they didn't even know, man. It was just
Yeah.
in the same way that our Cynic's first real tour was opening for Cannibal Corpse, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that. Yeah.
Like that was obviously not the right bill. We love those guys and but man, sonically and vibe, it was just like totally different sounds, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Going off on that real quick, I mean, that was one of the questions I like had locked and loaded. My brother was at the Berkeley Square show, the one that's like it's all
Dude,
there's a couple
that
shows.
was one of the best shows of the tour, man.
Totally.
Yeah.
There was like a couple. You guys played a couple nights or something there. Is that correct? Or that's what he said?
Or did we play 2 nights there, or maybe another spot? Like
maybe another spot. He was saying that like he was on acid watching you guys,
how cool.
but he like loved you guys. He was like all about like you and Sean and followed you guys from death and stuff like that. But said that pretty much right after there was an earthquake. Right after the
that because I remember. It's funny now. I'm remembering. I can't remember if it was that tour when I was in a hotel room in San Francisco and fucking an earthquake happened, and I ran out with my towel. Because it was a good one, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's he was like freaked out.
Then, man.
We're right by that one fault line. What is it called?
Oh, the Sierra
San Andreas.
San Andreas. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That show, I'll tell you, man, I was so psyched. I don't know. I have to get a hold of the guy who shot it because he had 3 cameras, and he fucking recently like edited it properly, and like the best moment of that tour ever, where I'm just like, wow, like the highlight of that tour, which didn't have many. Most of the shows were pretty rough for us. Is fucking well documented with a killer 3 camera shoot, and like it sounds decent. It actually like it's for considering it's all like whatever high camera or something. It's like the quality, it's balanced, you know. So I'm so psyched about that. I was like, we got to do something with that and get it out in a proper way, or I don't know.
It's a legendary show for all the older generation of the Bay. You know, I grew up in the Bay. You'd heard of right outside of San Francisco, and all the older dudes that when I was a young kid, they're like, "Oh, you like Cynic, dude? You didn't see him back at Berkeley Square, dude." You know?
Cool.
Yep. It was a legendary show.
I actually watched the whole thing from beginning to end, like in the past couple months, because someone was like, "You got to see this 3 camera thing, man," and I was like, I literally did not like have a moment where I was like, "Oh fuck, we fucked up," or it was like a pretty much like solid performance from beginning to end where we fucking nailed it. And we walked off that stage that night going, that was a fucking killer show.
Yeah.
It's so rare that happens, you know, where you just like you just did it right.
For sure. The sound was good. Everything. Yeah. Like, there's always that
the audience was fucking awesome. And that's really most of it because it's live is reciprocal, man. And if the audience is bouncing back, isn't giving you love back, you will not
catch that energy. Yeah.
You'll literally
catching a different one.
Mistakes and fucked up because the vibe was off, you know.
So you were talking about like the touring with Cannibal, how it was rough. So like, were you talking about first of all, did Alex Webster bring you guys? I feel like a story that Alex Webster loved you guys and then brought you guys on.
Well, so we had toured. We had done a lot of van tours before that tour, just like demo days. And one tour, we got in my van and we drove all the way from Miami to Buffalo, New York. And this was before Cannibal had a record deal. And we played a gig with Cannibal and Malevolent Creation. Malevolent Creation were also in my van because they had just moved to Florida. And so we and they're like, yeah, we got these bros up in Buffalo. We should go play a gig with them. So we drove all the way. And I remember when we got there, my transmission went out.
Fuck.
The car was just like wrecked. And but we played some gigs with Cannibal in Buffalo that were pretty awesome. And obviously, like, the scene was so small then, man, that like the only other band that we really felt like a real kinship to in terms of sound was Atheist.
I knew you were gonna say that, dude.
Yep, me too.
I mean, they were just like as weird, if not weirder than us, and I was so like moved by like a band that was really doing its own thing. And Kelly took us under his wing and brought us into the world. I mean, he championed Cynic and sang our praises to everybody and called all the people in the business that he knew and said, I've got this fucking band called Cynic. These kids are fucking sick and you need to hear them. And he was like our manager back then, like really believed in us and really helped us, which, by the way, at one point, I don't know if you know this, but Debbie Abono was Cynic's manager for a minute. She was Possess manager.
Okay.
Old Bay Area kind of mom lady, like grandma, basically, who was like a legend in the Bay Area. And
that's what's up.
Like Metallica was tight with her. She was just like the mom of the Bay Area thrash scene back in the day. And I was a huge fan of all that music. And I remember meeting her because she toured with, I think, a bunch of her bands, but it may have been like Violence or Forbidden or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I like gave her a demo and was like, you know, you got to hear my band. And we stayed in touch, and she ended up like managing us for a minute, which was really cool because I loved her.
Totally.
But yeah, so we went up there, and I think it was Malevolent that was friends with Alex, and then Alex kind of got to know us because Alex knew us before even Malone was in the band. And then it wasn't until we actually like toured for, you know, once Focus came out and they had an album or two out, that we really got to know each other and really grew to like each other, you know. And I think Alex took bass lessons from Malone on that tour, you know. So we, like, those guys became our brothers. And Rob Barrett, who wasn't even in Cannibal at the time, was in another band. He had his own group called Solstice, but he was another Buffalo guy. He lived in Cynic's warehouse. So he was like, we were all like intertwined with these like guys from the Northeast that early.
Yeah. Solstice kicks ass, dude.
Solstice definitely kicks ass. I do want to rewind a little bit because we jumped over a bunch of stuff. I want to know about like when you decided to start this new project, Cynic. You know, like what influenced you to go in that direction? Get more extreme, more technical compared to the things that you've been mentioning in your timeline so far. Like what clicked with that? Where did you guys decide to take that? We're going to get off on this exit and see how far it takes us.
Well, like, you know, our demos are almost like, you know, I really never wanted those demos out in the world. I mean, I felt like Focus was really the beginning of a realized vision. Like, I was like, this is the band now. Like, now we know who we are and what we sound like. Like, those early demos, they're like sketches, you know?
Right.
And I felt like it was too soon to share. Like, but, you know, of course, now you can't. It's like it's all out there, and we ended up putting it out through Century Media years ago.
You also got to think of it though, like about guys like me, because Focus was my first introduction to the band, and it changed me at that point. But I'm also like, I'm a collector, and once whether it be movies, books, you know, I follow directors, and once I fall in love with a director, I have to see everything they've done, even, you know, back to sometimes being exposed to like early David Lynch stuff where he was doing stuff and like student films and stuff like that. So, but I like to see the whole process. So I personally can really appreciate those demos because it does show me what it takes what the process is to get to a focus,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Well,
So I
now,
know as an artist, though, of course, you have it's a different perspective, and of
yeah,
course, yeah, I would probably actually I have demos that I don't ever want to get on the
right.
internet either.
It's like
So it's
reverse
like
engineering. You
it
want to
is.
reverse engineer a little bit, like see
Yeah,
where the
yeah.
things get. Like
No,
get
it's
into the band first,
terrifying.
then reverse. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it feels like, fuck, we sucked, you know. But now you're reminding me, man. So I got kicked out of junior high in Miami.
For what?
Well, you won't believe it. So I was at a private school. This is where I met Sean, called
Okay.
Gulliver Academy, and I had like, was fucking with my hair, bleaching it. They were saying you couldn't grow your hair past your collar, like a pretty strict school. And I was always just like growing and I had long hair as a kid, but once I went to this school, I had to cut it. And my mom was always on my team, but she just like put me in this school because it was like where certain kids, parents wanted their kids going to this certain good school. But the principal, this lady named Miss Catullus, was like a fucking wicked witch, man. She was just
Cthulhu. It's almost Cthulhu.
I know.
He was like a villain for character from a fucking comic book or something, like really classic, archetypal, scary.
Corella Deville.
I mean, just like really,
Yeah.
very dominant and very kind of in her power and controlling and just aggressive and mean and just no kindness in her heart. And fucking, I'll never forget her bringing me into her, and it wasn't a religious school at all. It was actually primarily Jewish kids, and then a combination of like a little bit of everything. But I'd say a lot of Jewish kids. And I remember her pulling me into her office, seeing me like outside one day and saying, "Come to my office." And I went to her office, and she says, "Your hair is too long. You have to cut it again." And I remember her having a plaque of Jesus, like at 33 or something, that famous picture of him with the fucking like
Yep.
middle part and his hair down here.
Mhm.
And I looked at her and I said, "If he was at your school, would you have him cut his hair?" And she literally was like, "I'm calling your parents. You don't belong at this school." And that
Wow.
like I offended her. And it wasn't even a religious school, but I was such a smart ass. But I remember my mother came into the school, and I remember her saying to her, "Do you ask them to cut their nails? Because his nails are long too." And so my mom defended me,
There you go.
Yeah.
but she says, "You're not welcome at the school anymore."
Jesus.
And so I had authority problems as a kid. I didn't like people telling me what to do, especially people who were abusive of their authority. I was
Right.
fine if you were a respectful person, but if you were like somebody who's just talking down because you're young, I was like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
fucking, I'm not, I was just a smart ass punk,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I didn't like the abuse of power,
Well, yeah, it's totally, and you're smart enough at that age to see that that's what's happening too.
Yeah, it felt really uncool and fucking shitty. And so, but ended up, my parents were just like, "Okay, you can't go back to the school, so we're gonna send you to a boarding school."
Ooh.
And I went to school in upstate New York, a school called Darrow School, and I don't know if it's still there. It was right on the border of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and it was kind of a school for like buck up kids who were like,
So, real quick before you move forward, so Sean was still at that school, and then you got kicked out of that school. Is that
yeah.
what you're saying? Okay.
And then so Sean and I stayed like this while I went to boarding school writing letters. And this was the beginning of Cynic, actually, was kind of dreaming of this band that we were going to make when we could get together again. And while I was in boarding school, I met Mark Van Erp, who was our first bass player.
Were you able to bring a guitar with you to boarding school?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I
Okay.
was playing, man. And Sean and Mark was like another musician who I met in music class at school who was like busting out Maiden and shit. And I hadn't seen bass players play like that. Sean and I had been through other bass players earlier that just, you know, the kind of guys who were like, could you play your kick drum? I want to tune my bass. We're like, what? Like, we're so young, you know what I mean? And, but like, but Mark Van Erp was like, he could play. This guy was like fucking playing Steve Harris shit, you know? And like,
Yeah.
and that was sick back then. I mean, really, it was like, and just, he really had fingers and facility. So Mark, I said, I got a bass player, man. And I was telling Sean this, you know, writing him, and eventually sometimes we talk on the phone. And so we were basically dreaming of this band. And funny enough, man, I got kicked out of that boarding school.
Oh, you know, I'm going to ask you.
I know.
And I got
How?
kicked out because, I mean, this is the real story.
All right, let's hear it.
I was starting to realize that I was gay in those years. I actually remember the day, this has nothing to do with being gay, but I'll never forget the day my homie told me Cliff Burton died. And I fucking was so sad. And you know what I mean?
Right.
I was in school. I'll never forget that, man. But I also realized that I just didn't want to bang gals. And just like not down with that, you know? And I was like, fuck, what does this mean? You know, and you're starting to kind of come. And I knew probably much younger then, but to come out to yourself is the first step of this process, to where you actually accept that this might be true, that you're gay, you know? And I was like, oh, fuck. And basically, you know, I had girlfriends. I'm not a gold star gay. I've actually slept with women before. I actually got a first girlfriend pregnant. She had an abortion. I'd have like a fucking 35-year-old kid right now if I didn't have an abortion. Yeah, my mom was like, you are not having this kid. I mean, my whole life would have been different, right?
Right.
So, yeah. Anyway, so I was kind of coming to terms with that. And there was a girl at boarding school who basically wanted to hook up with me. And she was a real princess. She's used to getting what she wanted. Beautiful girl. I loved her to death. I did not want to bang her. And she got mad at me. And it all escalated because I was rejecting her more and more, just not giving her what she wanted. And she was the kind of chick that could get whatever she wanted. She got all the attention. All the boys loved her and fucking, you know what I mean? And so I said no, and basically she came at me like in math class or something and like grabbed my hair. By this point, I could grow your hair, so I had long hair. And she was like, you asshole, you know, talking high school,
Jesus.
You know, like freshman year. No, this was sophomore year. And she fucking, and I literally got up and grabbed her and like pushed her and kind of like pushed her away. And she fell down, like made this dramatic fall and like a scene, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then the jock, like boyfriend of hers was like, you fucking threw, her name was Lorna. And she's like, you threw fucking Lorna, you think you're tough, you know? And I was like, she fucking came at me, man, you know? And we were Anyways, that turned into a whole division at the school where the punks went up against the preps, and fucking there was going to be a huge rumble. And I was, and my buddy Nick was like, my homie was like, we're going to fucking take them down. This is going to go down. Like, I got you, brother. And it was like, we were all going to fight. And it was like the punks and the metalheads against the fucking yuppie preppy guys, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like an old 80s movie or something.
Totally, dude.
For sure. I was just thinking that.
Though, this shit went down.
It's so funny.
Right.
And when they figured out that I was at the middle of it, this little fucking rebellious metalhead kid, they fucking took me to the office one day and said, we're sending you home.
Wow.
And I fucking cried, man. I was like, I don't want to, you know, like I was just a kid.
Totally.
Yeah.
And my mom was so pissed. But then I was psyched because, you know, I went to public school and I remember like, but by the way, I should insert that my first day at boarding school, my roommate gave me a hit of acid, and I fucking tripped my
First
first day
day.
of school. So I was like, I fucking love boarding school.
Did you go out and have fun, or did you stay in the
I
room?
stayed in my room and I looked at. I'll never forget. There was like bunk beds because we shared. There's like 4 of us in one room, and I'll never forget fucking the springs tripping, like the springs of the bunk bed, and just like fucking just dissolving into the bunk and shit, and just I basically laid down in a bed and just tripped balls.
Yeah.
But I was just so exciting and fucking a whole new universe
Well,
opened.
dude, yeah, you're in this new environment, and then you were just exposed to this environment that you didn't even know existed.
Yeah,
New environments.
yeah.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're meeting it in a whole new way. So that was the beginning of psychedelics for me, because when I went back to Miami, I was selling acid, in high school. By my junior, senior year, I was selling a lot of it. I sold Musical Note Blotter and actually made some decent money and would keep it in the fridge at my mom's house, and stashed it, and but yeah, but that was kind of a weird blessing and maybe my own attempt at sabotage to get back to Sean. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I kept thinking about Sean and wanting to make music with him, and our kinship, our brotherhood was so deep that we were like, we got to get back. We got to get back.
Yeah, I'm tired of writing these letters. We need to go see these dreams through.
Yeah, and Mark I think he eventually got kicked out of the boarding school as well because he moved to Miami. And he brought a buddy of his down, this guy named Jack Kelly, and that ended up being Cynic's first demo. And that was like, that was really, so Mark came down. Mark was originally from Poughkeepsie, New York. And then Jack, his homie, came with him, and he's like, yeah, because I didn't want to sing. I was like, I just want to play guitar. And he was like, yeah, my buddy Jack can sing. And I don't think Jack had ever sang in his life, but he just fucking made it happen in a punk kind of way. And I was interested in writing lyrics. I was always a writer. So that was really the beginning, man. And it was like, we were still in high school. I guess, this was like 87.
Right. And you're writing that rebellious political stuff you were talking about at that time.
Yeah, I think even Weak Reasoning was like against animal cruelty. I was like into vegetarianism already back then,
Totally.
And so yeah, there was that stuff, and then a lot of like society stuff, and then like lyrics about psychology. I was just interested in nerdy things.
Were you a reader from?
Oh, deep reader, man. Yeah, like I lived in bookstores, and my favorite authors back then were people like Philip Dick, obviously like sci-fi stuff, and Ray Bradbury. And I was just really into sci-fi and fucking alien shit.
I'm still an Asimov fan until I die, dude. The Foundation series is, one of my all-time favorite trilogy, at least, and even the expansion books are still good. You know what's funny about that? Real quick, to side note that, like, after Asimov passed, there's a few authors that tried to like fill in the gaps of that timeline, and it just never hit with them trying. I'm just like hearing them talk, these same characters from Asimov's books talk in a different way. Like Harry Seldon would never say
Right. Like he didn't have the voice. He didn't have the voice for the characters.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's a trip, man. How like that stuff, it's that stuff for me, I realized was also planting seeds for what would merge in Cynic sound too. It was like, that early childhood stuff took a while to kind of coalesce subconsciously and come out as an art, as a sound. Because we were still more in this rebellious fuck you phase of those early years, like I remember a song called Extremes. I think that was on the first demo, and it was about like hypochondriacs and stuff, and people who would make themselves. I mean, it's funny though, lyrics are so interesting in that, and this is something I've come to realize everything is our mirror, right? Everything is a reflection of ourselves. We're just all reflecting each aspects of ourselves to each other. Like this is things you start to realize when you do high dose psychedelics. You start to see, holy shit, I'm not separate. Like everything's connected. And so I sit there and I think, oh, this angst and this rebellion against the ways of the world, but it's really like at war with my own shadow, at war with my own unloved parts of myself, my low self-esteem, my all these things I was struggling with in those teen years, which were so rough, you know, in time, like, who are you and what am I? I mean, I'm still dealing with that, but like,
yeah, I think we'll deal with that forever.
Yeah, it changes. It changes.
Never done, man.
You know? Yeah, we're always constantly changing as humans, so it's like we have to find new identities as we get older.
Yeah, it's an evolving organism and stuff, but yeah, so, but that's it. So Mark came down and he played on those first couple Cynic demos, first two. And then I think we just split with those guys and we got Tony. And then I think, you know what it was, man, is that we were all pushing each other. We were interested. I mean, Maiden back then was like the proggiest of the metal bands, right? In terms of like really fucking cool, weird, notey riffs and stuff, and conceptual ideas and fucking trippy lyrics. And so it was like just trying to go deeper and further beyond a Maiden, like, and then being exposed to more progressive music. And, you know, I think for us, I mean, once like we got hip to like fusion and really extreme forms of jazz, you know, that was when it was like our brains blew open and we're like, holy shit, fucking there's infinite possibilities and chords and this is so crazy, you know, how much can be done. And that's when it reached a whole other level where I felt like the voice just kind of blossomed. And I always say this, we had, you know, if Cynic had made a record the year we got signed, which was like, I think we signed in 91, 92, but then a hurricane came to Miami and fucking decimated the city. And it decimated our rehearsal space, which was out in the fucking boonies because it was cheap. And we were ready to, like, almost had all the material ready to go bust out a record, which would have been pretty extreme, like the 91 demo. I don't know if you guys are hip to it, but
yeah,
it's like our peak brutal phase. And I actually had the most guttural voice and I sounded almost like Chuck Becerra. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it was like it finally kind of came into this full-blown extreme thing. And then this hurricane came, decimated Miami, and we couldn't jam. Like everything was fucked for like a year. So we all just like were in our bedrooms fucking woodshedding. And we got everything just expanded. Like I was just exposed to new information and books and writing and playing and
more acid.
And oh my God, tons of more acid. I mean, we actually had a lot of incredible, memorable journeys together as a band, tripping and playing, where we would work on song ideas. Like I always say, like I just actually was WhatsApping with a homie earlier today, saying he sent me a review of Ascension Codes, and I was like, that guy's never done psychedelics. And I was like, anybody who's done psychedelics will understand our music better.
Oh, yeah.
And definitely.
It just gives you insights. And I can't tell you how many times over the years people had finally got a record or understood what we were doing because of psychedelics or something. And I would say that it was highly informed by them. I mean, all the records, starting with Focus, really. So it was really kind of the beginning of like, where you realize there's so much other potentials and realities and possibilities to create music. You break all the rules. You start to, do you know what I mean? You stop out of all those boxes and riffs you go into new spaces. So that was like the real blossom moment where the lotus flower came. You know what I mean? Like mud fully. And all the demos to me before then were just like, it just percolating and just
right.
And I'm so horrified of the mud. I'm like, fuck the mud. But the mud's that metaphor. I mean, Buddhists do it all the time. It's like look what mushrooms grow in, right?
I was gonna say the soil was the vessel for that seed to grow. You know,
oh, it's fertile ground, man. That's the fertile ground, man. Yeah.
so okay, so now after that year, how you guys scrounge up all the money, replace the gear that you guys lost in the rehearsal studio, and start jamming again, and
Yeah.
bring these
Well,
ideas into the jam setting.
yeah, well, it's funny. Like, I remember because the hurricane was saying, oh, it's going to this part and not this part. They would always try and predict, and they never fucking knew where these things were going. They're fucking wild hurricanes. At this point, I wonder if it was weather modification because I don't know what's real anymore with any of that stuff. But
Mhm.
I will say that I had the intuition to take my shit and bring it back to my mom. So I had my gear, and just because we didn't know it was going to be big, I had my guitar, I think my main amp and stuff, and everyone actually took their shit home, if I remember correctly, because we didn't know how long we were going to be out for the count.
Yeah.
And Jason, I remember, he literally, they all ended up in, because he was out in the boonies, the family ended up in the fucking bathroom holding the ceiling. Their whole house, the ceiling
Jesus.
was ripped off. And including his like grandma and shit, like in the fucking bathroom holding the ceiling up. He lost everything. I mean, it was just drenched. Like,
Mm.
where I was with my mom, fine. Everything was fine. Like, I saw trees flying by. Sean was with me. He came over. It was like we were watching a movie that night, you know? Fucking like, it was like weird psychedelic dream. Trees flying by and fucking the whole neighborhood was just really just destroyed. And then looting started happening. So all the businesses around us, like people were breaking in. It got a little wild, you know, in the city.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was, and it just, I'll tell you, man, the way that hit was so hard. And what's so interesting, and this is another story that I'm remembering, is right when after the hurricane hit, we had just gotten home from the Death Human stuff, you know?
Hmm.
We had toured and everything imploded at the end of Death Humans tour. Chuck was basically a war started. And the war started with Chuck's girlfriend and our ex bass player, who at the time was playing with, he was our bass player at the time, but he was also touring with Pestilence. And Pestilence were on the tour with Chuck, with Death in Us. And there was a friction. It involved basically girlfriends. And the girlfriend started a lot of trouble. Chuck's girlfriend telling Chuck something that was very disruptive to him, involving that she was involved with our bass player Tony, who was playing with Pestilence, and he didn't
Oh
know
man.
the story, and it was fucking gnarly. Chuck blew up. He basically went to war with Pestilence in the middle of the tour.
Ah, damn, dude.
I'm caught in the middle of it. Sean and I, because Tony was our brother at the time, right? We're like,
Mhm.
oh fuck, you know, like, no, he's cool, man. Like, and Chuck's like, fuck him, he fucking da da, you know. And it was just this
Shit.
horrible environment. And the manager splits, takes off. Eric Reif leaves us stranded in the middle of Europe.
Oh shit.
I mean, it was rough, man. I mean, we were kids, but I think we literally had to call our moms and like, can you get us home? Like, we're fucking fucked. And
Damn, man.
yeah, it was a rough situation.
Hmm.
And but we got home, and then the hurricane hits, and then I'll never forget. I think that was the last time I really saw Chuck. Was that Chuck? Because the whole tour imploded, a promoter took all of our gear from England. Like the bus, somehow the gear got misdirected or was shipped somehow to the UK. We were on our way there from Germany.
Oh, man.
Suddenly our gear was hijacked. So that's what happened. I didn't even have my fucking gear. It was in Europe.
Whoa.
Jesus.
So our rehearsal space was destroyed, but Sean and I went up to Orlando because we finally got the gear shipped back to Chuck's, and we went and grabbed our gear and brought it back to Miami. And so we brought it back to our homes, right? And
Mm,
that was the beginning of like now writing Focus, you know.
Uh-huh.
And it
Wow.
was like a year of not even really being able to jam because the city was just decimated. And
Jesus.
so I had my 4-track and fucking I was trying to figure out like, oh, maybe I won't do all growls. Maybe I'll fucking do like something else. And I got hip to the vocoder and I came across this thing. And so all these ideas
Okay. Yeah.
birthed thanks to that hurricane.
Wow. That's
The
Really
vocoder thing so
Yeah.
what turned you on to that? Like, where did you get exposed to that?
You know, I always say like the vocoders, the birth of it was rooted in insecurity, man. I was so scared of my own voice and insecure that I was trying to figure out a way to sing where I could hide. And I also wasn't a big fan of power metal and like the operatic singers. I
Mhm.
prefer like death metal or something really weird, right?
Mhm.
And like, so I was like thinking, how, you know, and I just came across, I think I'd maybe heard some vocodery things and some weird music, but it wasn't until I came across this Digitech pedal thing with this fucking, these pads that I heard this voice and I started to play with melodies and I was like, this sounds fucking trippy against
Right.
this. And you know what I mean? And suddenly it's like, oh, fucking Veil of Maya, you know, and it was like fucking that half step, you know, and it was just sounded really cool and it was a weird sound. And then it was like, oh, and then you can do the growl and it, you know, it just all kind of
Mhm.
merged.
Wow.
Killer, dude.
But it was really my insecurity. I was trying to like figure out a way to sing but hiding behind something. But it turned out what I was hiding behind sounded fucking cool because it sounded like a weird alien fucking android creature. And I was like, this is fucking rad.
Totally.
Right.
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah. I
That's the
totally
first-
hear that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the label, though, Roadrunner didn't know this. And they thought they were signing the death metal cynic. And fucking, we go into the studio not telling anybody. And Scott Burns was like, what the fuck is this voice you're doing all over these songs? He's like, we got to tell Monty. We got to tell the A&R guy. And I was like, oh, fuck, man. You're going to. And so we were like already doomed going into the studio, you know? Like, you can't just change your sound, you know?
Right.
It's like, well, this is where we are now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking, this is what we sound like. But so we had to go through that situation, which was kind of rough.
Was it? It
Oh,
was.
God. Yeah, it was rough, man. Because they didn't understand what we were doing. I mean, the label was like, what the fuck is this shit? You know? And they're like, how are we going to promote this? How are we going to sell this? This is not brutal death metal.
So how did you convince them to?
You know, we didn't. I think they did a cool ad campaign. They put us, Pestilence, because I think Spears had just come out with us at the same time, and a band called Believer had a concept album. They were tech thrashy, and they had an ad campaign called The Breed Beyond. And it was like an ad that was pretty fucking, and I thought, that's kind of cool. Like, we were like the new school, you know, trippy band. We had
Outside of the box guys, yeah.
Yeah, like our artwork was different. We weren't singing about gore and horror lyrics. And so they kind of found something, but of course it didn't go over well. You know, I mean, fucking, we were hated, man. It was rough. We broke up. We felt so unloved, man. I mean,
So that's what the core of like bringing it to that, like you're fighting against the current constantly, and that's what kind of.
Man, it was like against all odds, you know?
Yeah.
And this is what I always tell young musicians and artists. I say, just do it. The whole world will stand against you. If you believe in what you're doing, just fucking do it. It's worth it. It's worth it.
It's gotta be from here, dude.
Yeah, man. Because that's the fight worth fighting. Like, fuck following the norm, or going, really trust in your own voice, do your own thing, lead, you know. See ya, Gus.
I agree, dude.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Totally,
But it's the hardest road, and bands like Cynic, we forged a path that we got really cut up. It was very thorny road. It was thorny. Those woods were dense, and they were fucking cutting us up, and to the point where it cut us so deep that we just lost our passion, and we almost felt so defeated and unloved. We had a few highlights on that tour, Berkeley being one of them, but man, for the most part, it was just like heartbroken. We
Mm-hmm.
put everything, all this energy into this record that meant so much to us. It was like our life.
Wow.
And it just went, and we're like, fuck it, we're gonna fucking change our sound and fuck metal and fuck this, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
that's when we went and started doing Portal. We were just
Portal.
like, trying to find something new because we were lost.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it was like, who are we? And no one likes us.
I mean, it's like there's a lot of movies like that too, where it's like with the bombs at the box office, like like Big
Yeah.
Lebowski or something. Like Big Lebowski, like bombed the hardest
Exactly.
like any movie could ever bomb, and then it
Totally.
became the like most
Cult
bought
classic,
DVD.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like cult classic, exactly.
Interesting.
People
Yeah.
came back to it.
And
Were like,
I was gonna say, yeah, I think it's just the classic example of something that was just ahead of its time, dude. Because then it marinates in the zeitgeist for, what was it? When was it? 93 when it came out.
Yeah, it was like really internet age saved our ass, man.
Yeah, so a decade
Mhm.
later, roughly, I come across it, and with how things have,
Changed
progressed societally and throughout
Well,
the
you
world.
guys saved our life. Like this is why we were just like, and it was Kelly in 2006 or 7 calling me, going, "Dude, people love you guys, man."
Yeah, Kelly was on our show, and he had so many nice
Yeah,
things
yeah.
to say about Cynic, dude.
Oh, dude, no. And I remember that phone call, and I was like, "What? Fucking, like, no way." He's like, "They fucking love you, man." And I was like, oh my, like I didn't believe him because we weren't even in the scene. I'd get the occasional email or something, you know what I mean? Like in the early 2000s, but like,
So how long did Portal last before you moved on to something else? Was it just for that album?
Portal just made 2 demos basically that we did.
I mean, the 2 albums. I call it an album because of that.
It was really it was 2 recording sessions over like a 1-year period, but we did them one day and then one day, and that was it. And they were never really mixed. Those demos just became demos that got released.
Did you guys play shows with that lineup and those songs? No.
Never. We jammed, but we never played any gigs. And and basically, I think Portal was in a situation where Roadrunner had a 7-album deal with us. We said, we're no longer Cynic, we're Portal now. And they said, okay, so we'll put out Portal. And we're like, no, we don't want you to put out Portal. It's not your sound.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had like some friend manager people give the Portal stuff out, and like TVT wanted to sign us. That was like 9 Inch Nails' first label and shit.
Oh, wow.
And this guy who signed the Melvins to that label, and some like there was like Atlantic Records, like all these majors, and we were like, yeah, we're gonna be part of this other scene, and we're done with the underground, and we're gonna fucking make it big and be like in this other, you know what I mean, like weird dream pop music scene or something, like ethereal shoegaze. I don't, it was like it's really kind of post rock, right? It's kind of post rocky sound, and that basically turned into a bunch of legal situations. Roadrunner wouldn't let us out of our record deal, and we didn't get released out of the Roadrunner deal till many, many years later. So we actually got in such a legal mess, entangled with lawyers and Roadrunner and all this shit, that we really, really broke up. We just got so
overwhelmed with everything.
How do they bind Paul? How do they bind you to that? Like, because your name is no longer the same. You're now a different band, and how does Roadrunner like hold you legally?
They're signed by name. They're signing you as an artist,
as the human.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you change your name, could you get around it? That's like the only way.
Maybe, actually, I never thought about that. We were signed as like, because they were literally like, yeah, you want to put out solo records, you want to put out. This is why when you see bands like like that have a side projects, a lot of times it comes out through their label. It's
Mhm.
because the label has the rights to anything they do. You
Change
know?
your name to Mall Pasfidal, and then you're all good.
Well, I like that.
Yeah, Mall Hospital. Works
Um,
good.
yeah, so we were so just disheartened by the business and so overwhelmed and so beaten up after everything that we just like, and we never said we're breaking up. We all just kind of dissolved and went our separate ways. Jason moved to Oregon. Fucking, I came out to Cali. Fucking lived with my brother for a while. Started going to UCLA, and then I remember like Scott Henderson and Josie Oreo were teaching at MI, and I was like, oh, I want to go see what's up over there. And I did an audition for them, and they said you got a free ride to our school. So
Wow.
I went, I was like, oh, I guess I'm going to move to LA. It was like, bam. And I had other family there, my aunt and stuff. Um, so it was just like, I guess we're all kind of moving apart, and we didn't really officially say we're broken up. There was no press release. It was just a quiet kind of dissolve
Yeah.
because it wasn't really even, I think we were so sad and so brokenhearted about it that we didn't even know how to put words to what was happening. We just, you know what I mean?
Right. No, I do. I mean, you have a vision, and this is what you love. This is the music you want to make as artists, and nobody's accepting it at the time.
Yeah. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes thinking about it because we meant so well. We really tried our best, man. And fucking, we got eaten alive, And I'll tell you, even with the Roadrunner stuff, I mean, that era, like, they got us by the end, but it took a while, and there were so many people just saying, "Don't do this, change this. Those parts are weird. Those vocoder things," like constantly trying to like steer us in a direction. And it's these people that are business people.
Yeah, just money.
Fucking business. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you guys, we're just fucking artists. Just like trust us and let us do our fucking thing and fucking stop.
It's too much. It's too much of a gamble for a person like that.
Yeah.
It really is. Like, I mean, if you have to put yourself in this, snake
Investor situation, like investing,
yeah,
it's like
that's all
All
it
they're
is.
thinking
They
about is their
only think-
return, man.
big return.
Exactly.
That's where the whole business goes south, man. It's like that's where it all loses its
Art and
soul.
business, just like clash.
Yeah.
They
Just
never.
like,
They will never, unless it's your business as the artist.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny. There was an era before this era, and Zappa's talked about it, where they said that there was a time where the guys in suits in the late '60s were signing, or '70s, or some era where they were just taking risks on stuff and just signing whatever.
Yeah.
Find the new thing.
Yeah, just to find new things, and they didn't know what worked, but they were just like, "Fuck it, like that. Let's just sign that weird shit," because they just didn't understand it. And then the age of the hipster A&R guys, they acted like they knew what was they know what sells, right? I know what sells, and it's like, no, you fucking don't know what sells. No one fucking knows what. If you guys cracked the egg on knowing what sells, it would be a completely different business. I don't think anybody knows the formula at all, because it's so complex, collective.
Yep.
Very complex. Yeah.
That's a good point.
And nowadays, like a TikTok video will come out and then inspire a whole new genre of music. It's
Oh
like
my
now
God.
it's like insane now with all these different variables of
It's
social
insane.
media. Yeah, it's like it literally can forge the path of what's cool now as like social media. Could be like,
It's like,
this is
it's run by the technology's taken over.
yep.
Yeah. We're working
The first
towards
Terminator.
Towards
that,
what?
The first Terminator is like it's Facebook is like the first.
Well,
It's like but in a different way. But it's still the same thing. You know what I mean? It's kind
That
of like
first Terminator was like, it's kind of sick and legendary now, isn't it?
oh
Yeah.
totally.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I have a
So
friend
go for it. Go. No, sorry.
I was like, is it? So it's like cult, because it's an android, right? It's a cyborg.
Mhm.
hmm Definitely.
So, all right, after that time where you guys officially split and everybody's off doing their own thing, are you and Sean still keeping in touch throughout that?
So basically, I moved to Cali, and I basically said to Sean, "You got to come out here." And we stayed in touch for 2 years, sharing music, demos, constantly. I was sending him things, and we just kept. It was almost like the next version of the childhood thing,
Mm-hmm.
long distance. And then he moved out, and we found that, and that was when he moved in with me in a house I lived in Hollywood. After a few years, because I had actually gone to MI for a few years and got so busy doing session work for TV stuff as a guitar player, I started working for a composer, and was the guitar player for Third Rock from the Sun in that '70s show, and got
Oh, wow.
and I was like working for Ben Vaughn, and I got in more and more in that scene, and it was really cool. And I was like, Sean, man, this is the town. There's so many opportunities. Everybody's a musician. I mean, there's a lot of musicians out here making a living. We can do this, And I was sending him all this like early Eon Spoke kind of ideas, these type of folky songs.
Yeah.
And so he was in a relationship. He actually was in a relationship with his first boyfriend that he ever had. And it was this guy named Ed. He was with him for, I think, 7 fucking years or something. He had met him even during Focus era. It was like, because Sean moved to LA by like 98. I was there in 96.
Wait, real quick, when did he open up to you about his sexuality? I want to know, like, when you guys both realized that you were also on that same wavelength.
Well, I remember I started talking about it because I was accepting myself pretty young. But I remember I first started sharing it with others, with the band pretty early in a very subtle way. But I remember like really coming out with it by the Death Human era, 91.
Mm-hmm.
Like really where I was just like, what are you guys doing? They're like, oh, we're going to go fucking after the show. We're going to go, that dive bar across the street. I was like, oh, there's a gay bar down the street. I'm going to go check that out. And I remember Sean judging me,
at that time.
Fucking going to a gay bar, And I knew, you know what I mean? I knew.
Yeah.
Right. How was mom during that? Was she accepting?
My mom was fucking rad.
She sounds like you were telling me earlier that she's always been on your team. So I
she was, the thing is that, and this is another part of, I think, Focus was informed by this, is that I wanted to come out, young, but in those early years in Miami, all these guys from the Northeast were moving down here from New York and shit, and all those areas because of the weather.
Mm-hmm.
At the height of AIDS, they were coming here to die. So there was this whole wave of AIDS, gay men, HIV positive, and full-blown AIDS population coming to my neighborhoods in Miami. And I remember thinking, holy shit, I wanted, all I wanted to do was come out and fucking hook up and have experiences. And I couldn't. I thought I was going to die.
Right.
So I basically didn't act on anything and practiced more. And fucking just like woodshedded and was like, I put all of that suppressed sexual energy into my instrument.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of great art gets manifested by things like that.
Angst.
Right.
Yeah, definitely,
Mm-hmm.
dude.
Try not jerking off for like 6 months.
Oh yeah, oh, Jesus.
I'm telling you, dude. It's kind of like that where you're not able to fucking ventilate some shit. But thankfully I had an outlet. I had music, so I fucking just was like fucking riffs, fucking crazy shit, and it blossomed into this thing. And so part of it was that, and I would say the same was true with Sean. It pushed him as a drummer to work harder, and we're going to be fucking sick musicians if we can't be gay, because the scene also was like so homophobic.
He was
brutal, dude.
But I mean, if you think
that's
about
like
it,
a common thing too, right?
But
With, like,
that's also
yeah.
Your upbringing too. Maybe enough people around you will make you think that that's wrong, so you gotta act out against it.
I mean, my world was tolerant, man. I open-minded, super liberal parents. My father had gay fundraisers when I was a kid for fucking organizations and shit. Like he was
Mhm.
cool. And
Totally.
Mhm.
my
Yeah.
my mom, you know, she had her gay friends. I had a gay uncle, a step uncle who became very close to the family, who died of AIDS. So it was around us. I think my mom, when I first told her, she fucking cried because she thought I was gonna die.
Oh, because yeah,
Damn. Back
yeah.
then, yeah.
Everybody
Jesus.
was
Man, that's just so being born in '84. Like, I mean, I remember seeing it
I was
on
the king.
TV and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, at 84, in 1984, I wouldn't have seen it because I was a
yeah,
baby. But like,
Yeah.
still into my early childhood, you would see constantly. My
Oh,
parents would have the news on, which is something that, as a 6-year-old child or something, you should never be watching. But I'm just seeing these people sick with AIDS and they're scaring you with AIDS. And I'm not saying that it wasn't a real thing, but I'm just saying like that's what the news was
oh,
feeding you all the time. And I'm just like,
dark. Yeah,
man, that's scary, dude.
really scary. So I felt like, oh fuck, I can't go there, man. I can't
Yeah.
do this. So
Yeah.
I basically went celibate and
Mhm.
fucking became a weird monk person and just a shredder monk into fucking reading Hinduism and shit and fucking
That's
just
where you found the Eastern.
yeah, I was deep into the Eastern shit and fucking I just like it all went in that direction and it's just like and you know again you have to trust all these things unfold in the way that they're supposed to. It was weird little blessings, I guess, that led to an art form, you know?
So when did
Definitely.
Sean stop being the homophobic dude and say, "Hey, dude, I'm gay too"?
I remember it's funny, like I'm trying to remember the conversation, but I remember it was at his house and it was funny because I remember somehow it just kind of came up in a casual way. And then he told me how he was afraid to tell his mom, even though he knew his mom was not homophobic. His mom was just the most cool, open minded person on the planet and just a school teacher and just rad. And he was like, I'm scared to tell my mom because of societal stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know. I was like, we were coming to realizing that how societal, how influenced we were by the world around us, and we'd have these real conversations about it. So I think it just kind of came into a very just organically. It just was like, oh, okay, of course you are, fucking, come on. And
Yeah.
and because on some level we probably both knew it when we met the day we met. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like spotted each other. Like, oh, fucking, you're one of those fucking freaks too.
Pepper puffer guys.
Yeah, you can on some level. There's so many layers to that, right? But yeah,
Totally.
it took
So
many.
I was gonna say, so he's coming out to LA now, and the Eon Spoke stuff starts to percolate.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I'm gonna call out 2 songs: Calvary of Woe and Nothing. Those are my 2 favorite songs on the album.
Right.
Both of those songs I could listen. I've had an experience with them today because every time we do one of these things, we get to cram all the stuff depending on the artist with listening to mostly
Yeah.
their stuff. But this was another one where I was like, because as a listener, I like to just shelve the ones that I love so much to let them have my distance from them. So it's been a while since I've sat with Cynic, and I really had my experience this week, and it was probably my favorite. My favorite cram for any episode was this week, dude.
Did a deep dive.
I'd like to chime in real fast about it. So I just love all your work, man, and I'm such a huge fan. But I just had this super insane experience listening to Trace Denaire, like the remastered one. And because I love the old one, but I just was like, oh, it's on my Apple Music. Okay, I'll check out this one, And I like in my car, and I was like, it like blew me away and like hit me in a way that was just like, it was like emotional, man. I was like,
Yeah.
God, dude. Like
Dude,
I was
I've
just
cried to I've cried to Trace in Air like probably I don't know.
Yeah.
I
37
cried to Trace and
times.
Eric this week, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll,
There's a part in Adam's Murmur where I remember like we used to be on tour and bands and stuff like that, and I remember driving in the middle of like Ohio or something, and it's just cornfields and nothingness, you know. And there was a part, and I was like the whole band was awake, and I just started just crying, like and like you know I was like it just like hit me like I was going through a lot too back then, and that album, I mean, Focus too. You know, with guitar playing and stuff like that, really like learning textures and stuff when I was a kid,
Yeah.
trying to get those down with Carrie, like we're trying to get the two different parts down together, and we were so into it. And then Trace and Air came out. I remember like I was like, okay, you know, I was kind of like a elitist by this time. I was about a little elitist, you know. I was like, I don't know, I like Evolutionary Sleeper, but the rest I'm not really into. And then like it turned into my favorite like top 3 albums of all time. Like
Wow.
it like transformed, like you know you get one song that's like a little seed that gets playing in your brain. You're like whatever, I like that song, that's pretty cool, but what you know, and then like next thing you know, like oh this song's really good too. The whole fucking album's amazing. You
That's
know,
cool.
it kind of just grows on you. You know, it's like
I was just gonna say with the Eon Spoke stuff. Did you guys gig with that at all?
Yeah, we did a little. Yeah, actually, we did a lot. We did a lot.
Okay, so
Yeah, in LA, and then we went to England and played some gigs in Germany, but not really proper touring. It was like just that was another band that, um, you know, probably my most prolific period of writing. As a matter of fact, like I've got, you know, I dug up recently all the demos from that period, and I found like 70 something songs.
wow.
No one's ever
jeez.
heard. And
So
yeah, so
no, I was just gonna say real quick. You just made me think of something because you gave me a new piece of information tonight, which was the vocoder was kind of the thing that you were hiding behind,
yeah,
but it's obviously Eon Spoke shows that you stepped outside of that, and now you have the confidence to sing because your vocals on that album are fucking great, dude.
So
thanks,
good.
man. No, I mean that was really the emergence of me not hiding anymore.
Yeah, you fully blossomed as the vocalist at that point.
Yeah, I felt like okay, you know what it is? It's like finding. I feel like for me, especially singing and stuff, it's like trying to access the truth. You're trying to get to like the most honest aspect of oneself, and then try kind of articulate that through your voice. And the voice is an instrument where some people put on voices, they put on characters.
Mhm.
Right.
For me, I didn't have the technique or chops to put on characters. I could only sing in my own humble little way, you know? And so I found the truth in it. And that's when I was like, okay, this is cool. And I actually found great joy in singing. I found it to be therapeutic for me to sing and to open my throat chakra and to enunciate and say words. It was like, oh, this is so good for me, you know?
Right.
It was like healing and shit. So,
That's awesome.
Sick, dude. I love that.
That's really cool.
released,
Like with with like you starting off with like the you know like the more metal vocals in the beginning, and then
Yeah.
you're like, well, I want to kind of show myself a little bit. Then you put a vocoder on it because you're kind of like, well, I'm not really ready yet, you know. And then it's like you go to the Eon Spoke stuff. You're like, fuck it, this is me. This is how I do
Yeah.
it. And it's really cool to see the evolution from like
Right.
from that to to where you came to.
Yeah. And then Cynic, it was like, it always felt, although Kindly Bent was probably the cleanest vocal record because it felt it's the most raw of Cynic stuff. It also, I felt like the vocoder is such a sound. It's part of the sound, the vibrational imprint of Cynic that
That's true.
it kind of needs to be in there, you know?
Yeah.
And that's why I went in a heavy way on the new album. Like, you know, I was doing proper keyboard or vocoder and shit. Like it was like, I'm going all in with this again because it just feels so right, you know?
Right.
But
It's the proper vibration for Cynic.
Okay.
yeah.
So now to get through we've gotten through the Eon Spoke stuff. So, and Kelly hits you up. Hey,
Yeah.
you guys are a hot commodity now. We need more. Everybody else wants more. So
So that was it. That was the beginning of the transition. There was a bunch of synchronicities, and Kelly was one of them, probably one of the biggest ones. And I remember getting off the phone with them, and I think Sean may have been with me at that moment, and just turning to him and saying, "I think we're supposed to do Cynic again." And
was Eon Smoke still a thing you guys were already
was still
doing?
a thing, but we were frustrated. We had been through some record deals stuff and business things, and I think we just, it's very much my heart was in those songs in a very transparent and honest way, but I think that we, had reached I think we were up against a big, like a Titanic in terms of, the problem with Eon was that it was so commercially viable that it's like an all or nothing. There's like no underground. Like the indie scene that we were part of in LA was like the sharks that came out for that were like the huge labels. Yeah. And I remember being in the office of Interscope fucking playing songs for them and all that shit. And it was just like, so it's like an all or nothing environment as to where the metal scene and the underground, which we came from, was there's just more loyalty. It's more underground. It's more like, it's a different kind of scene. It's more independent. It's not, you know what I mean?
And more collective, maybe.
Yeah. And Kelly really, he just, when he said that, it just felt like, okay, I guess this feels like it was just a bunch of synchronicities, man. I think it was 7 things. One of the things was also a letter or an email from a fan from Russia who said, I had a dream. I was at a festival and I saw you guys play. You reunited.
Wow.
All this stuff. And so it was like, I think it started with that email, and then it was the Kelly thing and this other thing and this, and it was like, whoa. And I heeded the echo, man. I listened. And
it's very Jungian of you. Like that's actually what made Carl Jung follow the rabbit hole to explain synchronicity was not just 1 or 2 things that happened, but like 6 or 7 or 8 things that happened in a row.
You can't deny it. Yeah.
Oh, dude. I mean, I live that way now. Like I literally, like, you just drop something and say something to me, I might, like, after we get off this call, I'm going to be researching it and might be booking a flight somewhere, because I literally will make.
I follow synchronicities a lot in life too.
Good, man. I mean, the universe is always handing you clues.
Exactly.
It's
exactly how I look at it, dude.
Yeah, dude. It's like it's constantly pointing you in the direction. Like there's a Buddhist slogan that says, "You don't try to figure things out," which is like, in other words, don't try to control reality. Actually, like trust that everything is sorted. Just show up, pay attention, listen. Pay it like almost like in awe and humility of what's going on, because this thing's fucking running whether you like it or not.
Exactly.
Yep. And if you just pay attention, you don't really have to make any decisions. It's all it's just being in a flow state,
Yeah,
exactly. Dude.
And you're just like, bam, okay, now we go here and fucking get. And a lot of people, you have to be in a creative space, I think, to live that way, because I think most people who are used to a very structured 9 to 5 kind of, very mechanical life, that can be very stressful to them, because they don't know. Do you know what I mean? They don't know like what's going to happen next. They don't know. They're in control of their reality. But I love being in that free fall, man. I love not knowing what's next, not knowing what's going to happen, not making any plans, just showing up and listening. And it's very, it tests you.
Yes, it's definitely not always a easy thing to do.
No,
and the universe always like it. Like for me, you said humility. That's like huge, because like for me, the universe has always found a way, or whatever, what do you want to call it, has found a way to strike me down when I'm too cocky, or I'm not like, I'm like, oh, I'm for sure about something. It always like will turn out the opposite, and then it'll somehow when I'm not, and I'm kind of like open to it and like have like, oh, it's probably not going to happen. I don't, I'll work for it, but it's probably, then it happens. And like if I get too like full of myself or something like that, like the universe goes like, no, calm the fuck down, like stop like thinking like that. And one other side note I wanted to go off on is that I was raised in Santa Cruz on like a bunch of Buddhist retreats like
I
my whole
fucking
growing
love
up.
Santa Cruz. You kidding? I've done
Yeah.
a bunch of retreats at Vajrapani. I don't know if you know.
Oh yeah, I do for
Yeah.
sure.
In the
Pema
mountains.
Osaling was the one I used to. That was like the one with Lama Tarchin. That was like he used to take care of me as a kid. That was like,
Oh
you know,
no shit!
yeah. He used to like literally was he was my caretaker. He was like with his
Wow.
all the kids and the Tibetan kids and stuff. But for me, my mom was in the doing the in prayer, doing the soak, doing all the things, and I
Cool.
was like out like shooting squirt guns and having fun. But there
Yeah.
was like there's one thing I wanted to mention about you. Just even watching you, I've watched like old interviews of you and stuff. You have that kind of same like. There's this energy that when I would like hug him, that was like as a kid, that was like it was just. I don't want to say it for the the TikTok people, but it was different. Like it was just a different like it was something like a warm, comfortable. His smile just lit up a like it was in, and he passed away on my birthday, by the way. Just want to let you know.
Oh,
I mean, well, this is years ago, but the
yeah.
fact that like in the Tibetan, like ritual, like it
Yeah.
was like I went to a funeral like right around my birthday and stuff, and it was, it's just such a link and such a special person. Like it was, I've always, I'm not religious in any way, but my mom was deep into Buddhism and stuff, but I wouldn't really call that even religion, really. But
No, I mean
um,
Buddhism isn't considered like traditionally. It isn't a.
no, it's yeah,
Yeah.
just treat people nicely, and like there's people that have been Christian that have walked up to the retreat to come yell at him and stuff. He's just like, I love you. Like
Yeah.
it's fine that you believe that. Like I'm super happy that you believe that. Blah blah blah. And I was always like, damn, that's for all the like angry like sign picketing people, he was just like, I love you. I was like,
It's like a Ramdas. Ramdas would act that way too.
Oh
You
yeah.
know,
yeah, oh definitely, definitely.
Ramdas is somebody that I've skimmed the surface on. I wish I could go deeper on him, but I
Dude.
do have
Oh
From Here Now. That's
yeah. Be
Be
here
Here
now.
Now. Excuse me. I have that book, and it's actually a work of art in itself too.
Yeah.
So
Oh
flipping through every page of that, it has this energy. Every
oh,
page that it's like kind of radiates with something that you get while you're reading through this beautiful work of art that's
mm,
giving you ancient wisdom. You're just like, yes,
mm.
dude.
Yeah. Ram Dass is man, and he's YouTube is a treasure trove of lectures, man, and talks
Oh yeah,
that are just you can go down Ram Dass rabbit holes that are just fucking mind blowing, man.
Right.
He changed the world, man. I mean, that dude fucking.
Same with Alan Watts too. You have
Oh
a
no.
recent on the newest album. You have uh,
Yeah.
a sample from one of his talks, and you could listen to that man talk forever. I
Yeah.
could
yep.
literally go for if I had nothing else to do, I could have him in my ear soothing me the whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Alan's fucking. I know he was so like articulate. That old British accent is just fucking. You could like he just felt so, and he could just articulate the most complex shit and like break it down, in a way that was like understandable.
Do you listen to McKenna at all?
Oh, are
Like
you kidding me? I mean, you're like, those are like the top three right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
exactly, dude.
Like
And that's
Watts, McKenna, Das, like, yeah.
boom.
And so when I was in high school, get this, man, it was my senior year of high school in Miami. My mom took me to a reincarnation convention and Timothy Leary and Terrence McKenna spoke.
Wow.
And I remember being in this little conference room, hearing Terrence McKenna talk about fucking DMT and all this shit. And I was like, who is this fucking trippy wizard motherfucker who was just so cool? You know what I mean? And I remember when I left that room thinking, God, I could have transcribed that talk and it could be a book. Like
Yeah.
he spoke like so his mastery of language,
Oh, dude, that's one of my favorite parts is his vocabulary and how he just
Insane.
and you hear, because I'm only listening in audio, and of course you can go online and watch him watch him talk, and I've done that, but still just always constantly like, this guy has no notes in front of him. This is him literally just
He's just riffing, bro.
riffing hard on the most complex, like out there ideas that nobody else is talking about, dude, and it'll make it make sense.
I know. No, he was like a poet and an artist. He was a true creative being of light. Like he fucking he was so beautiful.
I'll recommend something. I don't know if you've already listened to it, but Psychedelic Salon is a podcast.
Oh yeah.
So on there is at least one episode of him just riffing about James Joyce Finnegan's Wake.
Wow.
And it is one of the most, as a reader, owner of Finnegan's Wake, it's the hardest book to crack I've ever had, dude.
Wow.
I don't know if anybody else has listened to it.
No, James Joyce. I mean, so that's
so this was his last book that he put out, and he totally just flipped the English language on its head, made up his own language, but there actually is like Terrence McKenna breaks it down, and it's like, this is what he's saying right here. I could.
You got to send me that.
I will definitely. I'll find out the episode and I'll send it to you, because it is great, because he goes into all his glossolalia shit and
fuck, man.
Yeah, it's good stuff, dude.
No, Terrence was like a true scholar.
His brother too, dude. His brother has a great book called Brotherhood of the Abyss, and it's his recollection of them at La Chorrera when they all just freaked out on mushrooms. Yeah, and they literally lived on. Yeah. Dennis is his brother, and Dennis actually, he got out there the farthest, because they were literally living on like dinner plate size mushrooms for like 2 weeks. That's all they were eating. Jesus. And at the time, they get so fucking out there on shrooms, dude, that Dennis had this idea that through sound, the sound that the mushroom was making, if you could hit that same frequency with your voice, that you would be able to bring the good shit into reality, which would be hash mixed with weed, intertwined with human DNA. And
I believe it.
And at the synchronistic moment of that night is at the same night where Terrence went out and saw a UFO. He comes back and he's got hash in his pocket that he didn't know where it came from.
Wow, there you go.
And he said out there he had not talked to anybody with hash, didn't bring it out there with him, but for some reason there was this little fucking chunk of hash in his pocket after all that, dude. And they didn't. It wasn't like the Philosopher's Stone style hash that they were looking for, but it still was some good shit, you know.
Wow, that's a trip.
Yeah, dude. But that it's also the recollection of them growing up as kids and all the Brotherhood of the. I think it's the Brotherhood of the Abyss, or.
Okay, I'll have to check it out. I've heard Terrence tell the stories. And I've seen Dennis talk a bit too on that stuff from those times. But, but I didn't know about the book. That's cool.
It is. It's a great read.
I definitely have a question about.
We are in the weeds right now, guys.
I know.
We've been in the weeds for a while.
It's a question I don't write out questions for anyone, by the way, and I wrote out a bunch for you, just because fucking it's Paul Masvidal. So during we had a Steve DiGiorgio episode, and he was talking about. Like I think he was talking about recording Human. I have no idea, but he was talking about recording an album. I forget, but he said that that him and Sean kept going, like they were super stoned and they were recording and they were like focus.
Yeah, that was Human for sure.
Yeah, and they were like they kept saying focus to each other, focus, and he's like I rewatched it like today, and he's like a year later, like Sean comes up to me, he's like, well, we got a new Cynic album. He's all, what's it called? It's called Focus. He's all, fucking course it is.
That was so funny. I forgot about that.
Like, was that like a mantra of you guys just being like, was that like a thing, or did it just come out of the blue?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The origins of the title, man. Like I remember there was a lot of things thrown around, including song titles, and I can't remember where Focus came from. I wonder if that's in an interview somewhere, historically, because it's like, was it Sean and Steve, and Sean just dropped that one day, and it was like, yeah, that works, or I can't remember, but I do remember when the word kind of came into focus, and it was like, of course, yeah, like that makes sense. It's simple and it's 2 syllable, and the name's 2 syllable. It just seemed to kind of balance everything out, you know.
Hmm.
But maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe that's the origins. I can't really like even remember actually where that happened, but I just remember when it did, it was like, this is it, you know, this is
Hmm.
definitely the title. And I remember there was another band with an album called Focus at the time, or something like that, like some 70s band or something that I can't remember, but there was some band from an earlier era that had an album called Focus. And I remember someone bringing that up or something. It was like, but yeah, that's a really good question. You stumped me there, man, in terms of the memory of where that came from. Maybe I have to do an ibogaine dosage to take me back to the memory. You know,
Yeah, yeah. Kind of get that
that's what they
jog
say
the memory.
ibogaine will do. It'll bring you back to these like very specific memories.
Yeah, dude. I listened to Aubrey Marcus. I listened to him talk about
Yeah.
his ibogaine experience and how it was kind of like a advent calendar, and if you thought of anybody living or dead, you can just all of a sudden you'd float up to one of the windows, open the door, and there would be your deceased grandma that you can have a straight up conversation with.
Jesus.
And yeah, ibogaine is something that sounds really trippy. I did, while I was going to grab a beer real quick, I remembered it's Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss.
Okay.
That's the book.
Yeah, that
Okay.
rings a bell.
I'm not trying to bring it back to McKenna again, but I'm just saying I remembered the missing
You can
link.
always-
I knew there was a missing word in there. Okay, let's all right, we'll take it back out of the weeds for a second. Let's get back on the timeline real quick. So we're at the point where, again, I think I already tried to bring it back here, but we went into the weeds. So there is people asking for Cynic. You realize that Cynic is something that the people are wanting. You know, when did you guys make that decision? Like, okay, let's start putting back
I
into
literally
the Cynic.
Turn to Sean moment, and I think he was like pretty in agreement from the get go, and then it was like, okay, how are we going to do this? Like, where's our band? You know, at this point, Jason had quit music and moved to Oregon, and it's like had a family and was completely out of the business. So we actually turned to friends in the scene in LA and found out about Mavis, David Sinescu, who was a good friend, old friend of my friend Dan West, who's like a jazz musician. And he said Mavis is a drummer, but he actually plays guitar pretty well and he'll understand the rhythms and be able to pull the Cynic shit off. And we're like, okay, cool. And because at that point it was just Focus we were thinking about. And then we contacted Chris, who had played with Portal,
Mm-hmm.
and started to learn, you know, the songs. And then I think I got so inspired that Evolutionary Sleeper kind of came out of those rehearsals and kind of playing the Focus material again. It was like that song just kind of came out, and we started to jam it. And then we started to play it at the shows. We were like dropping a new song, you know? And so it was like kind of, which was the incentive, because originally it was like, we're just going to go do this reunion shit and call it a day.
What was the first reunion gig? Was the
I think it was it Hellfest? It might have been.
Is it online? Is there like a festival of you guys online or something?
Yeah.
Like I feel like
Yeah,
I
it's
saw it.
online.
It's you guys playing Evolutionary Sleeper.
Yeah, I think it might have been Hellfest, man. And
Gilbert saying it's whacking. Was it Wacken?
Vakken?
was it Wacken?
Vakken
No,
open air?
later.
That was later.
Okay.
Yeah. Hellfest, I think it may have been Hellfest because I just remember like we started playing Veil of Maya and the crowds just singing along,
Yeah.
you know, like thousands of people. And I'm like fucking crying. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, oh my God, people like us, you know? Like,
Yeah, this is the moment you've been waiting for.
yeah. I was like, oh fuck, this is And so we suddenly felt like people understood what we were doing.
So did you have that feeling of like you're getting ready to go on stage for the first time and you're like, is it going to happen again? Like, are they?
Oh, you're scared like hell, right? I mean, we were so scared. But then again, there was a lot of anticipation, and we had all this work leading up to it. That kind of like people contacting us, excited about the show. So we kind of had some buildup. I think I have to take this dog out for a minute.
Go for it, dude.
Go for it.
chat.
Go for it. Yeah, we got some stuff.
Like
talking about.
literally scratching the door.
Oh yeah.
No, go for it. We'll hold it down.
Can you give me a
hold it down.
minute? Yeah,
Yeah, we got it for
No
sure.
problem,
figure out really quick.
Oh yeah. God damn.
dude. Where's
There's some
Joseph?
good.
Where's the professor at?
I don't know. This is the perfect time. I feel like my guess with Joseph is that he's like enthralled in the conversation and doesn't want to just jump in, because that's how I was with the that podcast you guys did the other night. I was like, fuck, this is like a sick. You guys are having fun. Everything's vibing. I don't want to just jump in. Just be like, hey.
Dude, we would have you jump in wherever it would have been fine.
Yeah.
But this would be an opportune time.
Did
for
you
Joseph
jump
to
in, Joel, on the last one?
Like literally at like he said
wasn't
it was gonna end
sure.
at 10 or
I
like
haven't finished it
10:15
yet.
or something, and I was like, or 8:15, I don't even know, but I
Yeah.
was like, I'm gonna jump in like within 10 minutes before it ends, and I did, like, and it stayed a little longer. But
Yeah.
thank you guys for all showing up. We're trying to fucking
Well, before Paul,
Yeah,
comes
dude.
back,
I know
let's
we
just-
haven't even mentioned the chat yet. Dude,
dude, the chat is
Dude.
killing.
you guys are
Hell yeah,
killing,
dude.
dude. And thanks
shit
for
in there.
hanging with us.
Dude, we're all like
I mean-
so stoked.
I know we're
I know. I'm
usually
like, I'm
not
so
as good-
nervous.
like-
I got
Yeah,
too
we're all-
drunk.
No,
and
you're
now I'm
not.
like,
All-
I'm-
Are
I
you
got
still
I got all
nervous
quiet.
right now? Relax, dude.
No,
No,
now I got too
no,
drunk though.
dude.
Now I'm like, I'm all worried about
No,
like my
it's out of
speech. I'm like,
respect.
hello, how
No, we're
are you
saying
doing?
out of-
I am an.
It's out of respect, man. Like if you're
No.
not nervous for a Paul Masvidal episode, then what's going on? You don't know
Exactly.
what's up, dude. Because
I'm saying that we usually don't
gotta be like a little
interact
bit
with the
nervous.
chat as much, but we have literally.
We're trying to do
you
the
guys,
interact with
you
the
guys
chat.
keep popping it up. That's good.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry if you guys had any questions that.
It's
you
hard to
guys-
do like a podcast
love
where like
everybody
we're deep in a
watching.
conversation. Like I see the chat, I'm like, God damn it, I want to like talk about that, but then like you're in a conversation, so it's like we're trying to figure out the middle ground of
This
it.
is so good right now, though, guys. This is
Yeah.
This is
Paul is
we just
so
need to let it
great.
happen. Yeah.
He's telling the
Oh,
great
thank
stories.
you,
He's
Kyle.
a great guest. We're so stoked. Couldn't be more stoked. It's awesome.
Yeah, dude. No, this is a
yeah.
a milestone episode for this show, and it wouldn't be where it is today without you guys, the community that's here with us right now, and the people who are going to be listening to this on
Yeah.
YouTube or watching us on YouTube and all that stuff. Like, you guys are all part of the reason why we get to have
Mhm.
a legend like this on right now. You know,
Yeah. Oh,
exactly,
yeah. Fuck
dude.
yeah.
Fuck yeah. We're honored by people that watch the show, and dude, fuck. We're so stoked to be here, and we're like stoked to share it with you guys. It's almost like we're all like kind of involved, like we're all
dude, we're
you
right
know?
here with you guys.
We're
in the
all
chat.
fans. We're
All
all
the-
stoked.
yeah.
All you guys that
yeah.
are fanning out right now, we're doing the exact same thing. Dude.
Yeah, dude. Like
Oh, dude.
so, ask your
Multiple
questions. We
flip
wanna
flops.
bring-
That's what's up, Justin.
Yeah, dude.
Hell
dude,
yeah,
just
dude.
chilling.
Yes, that's what's
Fuck
up,
yeah.
guys. I got him on
Love
right
you
now,
guys.
dude.
Love you guys.
Fuck
Oh.
yeah.
I know. When I made the little
Uh,
clip thing, I probably shouldn't have made him orange, but
By the way, I don't want to like
orange
endorse.
glad.
I don't want to endorse like a company because okay, I'll say like
What
we
the
don't
fuck?
we don't affiliate with any companies, but those rainbow sandals. My God, I can't even see sandals. Sandals are like
Rainbow brand
most-
sandals.
are
That's
the
what's
most
up, dude.
comfortable sandals I've ever had, dude. I gotta say,
That
Anthony,
is
thank you
what's
so
up.
much for that recommendation on
You know, I'd come with quality, bro.
rainbow
And
sandals.
he's wore a lot of sandal.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you know.
What if we can strike up a deal with rainbow sandals and somehow get Anthony's
Dude,
face
it'd
like
be
on the bottom?
expensive. I said, dude, if we do that, we got to go right. And
Yeah.
anybody who actually wants to buy them,
Dude, they're so comfortable.
Oh, dude, remember
you're
when
gonna
I
have
said
to spend
this?
some money.
Remember
It's
when I
like-
said this? When you gotta talk the talk, you gotta flip the flop.
Oh yeah, that's a great
We
quote.
haven't said it since.
yeah.
It was like a drunk thing that I said, and I was like, oh yeah, that
I
was
thought
funny.
we had.
And
I
then-
thought we had the thing that on the goes
When
on
you-
the
Sorry.
bottom. The what are those called? The things that you run at the bottom when I'm.
I think
too
there
drunk?
is. I think there is a sandal. I think I put a little tiny Cali Death thing on the bottom, but you can't tell because it's already an emote, so you can't like. I put like a Cali
Yeah,
Death
sandals.
thing on there. Like, it's so small. It's like I'm all, dude. It'll be on there. What's up, buddy?
Hey,
Hey, we're
Hey.
talking because one thing about this show that we haven't even mentioned really is flip flops.
Animals
And
and
you're
animals too.
And animals, yeah, we like to see the pets too. But I'm
Oh,
a
nice.
flip flop guy. I'm a flip guy because I came from the beach town, you know. So I want to ask you, what's your flip flop to shoe
Well, I will
ratio?
say, I mean, I have like so many, but right now I've been wearing these. You know, they're kind of like they're actually a type of Birkenstock.
Oh
okay.
damn. Oh, they're all like yeah, those are
Oh,
like
crazy. Nice.
good for your back and shit. Those are like
Yeah,
legit
they're
ones.
comfy and stuff, and this is what I've been wearing for a while. They're like rubber Birkenstock vibe, you know.
Nice,
Okay.
nice.
But I have a lot of old school flip flops, you know, and
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
got it, dude. So
yeah,
much easier.
so much easier. Yeah.
The
So
one thing with flip flops that I'm having trouble with because I'm trying to switch to flip flops. I got a Vans Croc where it's Crocs, but it's actually it's a Vans slip on. That's a Croc, and I'm like, all right,
Oh yeah.
yeah. They just started making them. I'm like, I'm
what a
buying that right
random
away.
collaboration right there, dude.
But I know. But I like walking around with flip flops. I'm like trying to be like I like to be like not seen or I don't know. I just like to be like on my own. And flip flops go like
Yeah.
everywhere I walk. It's like I'm making this noise with my feet. I'm like, it's annoying me now. I
So
don't wanna
this is the thing, dude.
Makes
That
me
means
feel
you're walking
important.
too hard. You're walking too hard, dude. You gotta
I'm
Nah,
curling
dude,
my
nah,
toes.
no way.
I'm,
gotta,
I'm
you
trying
gotta
to put
lean
the.
back.
No, fuck that. It
Feel-
sounds
just-
awesome.
Just
You like
chill
the- look at the
out while you're
sounds,
walking.
yeah.
I like
dude.
it.
They
I'm all
won't-
about it,
They
dude.
won't slap you. If you
Nice.
just chill while you walk, they won't slap you.
Yeah.
It's like strutting. It's like
But I'm flat footed, so I found like over the years that especially if I'm doing a lot of walking, and I don't have a car right now, so I do a lot of walking unless I'm doing an Uber or bike riding, whatever. But is that I like arches, and those have a really just a
Yep.
good arch on them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so a lot of the flip flops I wear has been more Birkenstock school or stuff like that that has a more emphasized arch. I even have a Croc type big flip flop that's like got this sick arch, you know, because it's if I do classic old school flip flop, which I have some of them, and I walk a lot, I'm limping like it just like
Right.
hurt my feet and shit because I have no arches, you know.
That's why you
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
Everybody needs to get the rainbows, dude. They got the arch, dude.
Oh, really?
the best
Yeah.
sandals I've ever owned, dude. They're
Oh, I
amazing.
haven't heard of those.
Rainbows. They're all
And
simple. They
Mine
just
are
have simple
mine are made
designs.
of hemp, and I've had them for 20 years, and it took maybe like
They're
the
amazing.
first year for them to really conform. But once they
Yeah.
conform, they're
They're insane.
long. Dude,
Yeah.
like I just said, I've had them for 15, 20 years. Probably I may have
Wow.
gone over it, and they don't fall apart. They're literally ready for everything, dude.
Damn. I'm looking
I
them
could
up.
run in those, dude. Just curl the toes, dude. That's
Oh,
all you gotta
rainbow.
do. Yeah, dude.
Nice.
So, all right, back onto the festival circuit that you guys were doing. That's where we were at. So, Evolution Air Sleepers, the new song in the set. Hellfest.
It was like a seed planting, really, just like because we felt like we got to drop something beyond like just the history. You know, otherwise we're just this band like milking the past. And I think it was just the artist in me just being like, I've got to offer something new. And you know what I mean? It was just like, we got to drop something. And the reaction to that song was so positive.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like everyone was digging it. That it was just like it really lit us up. And
I listened to that. I don't know if it was a bootleg version of that
yeah,
song.
the demo version.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we listened to that hundreds of times, dude,
Yeah.
waiting for Trace
We were
and Air to
all
come
about
out, dude.
Oh, dude. But I'll tell you, I came home from those tours, and I was fucking on fire. Trace and Air just poured out of me. You know, it was like
Wow.
the record just. It was like all that mojo from the audience just came in and fucking bam. It was like it mixed in with the Focus history and just where we were now, which
The
was
Cynic battery was recharged, and
fucking full charge, and it was just like it was so easy, you know,
Mhm.
like to just make that record in terms of like it felt so natural, and
Yeah.
so that was a good sign, you know, that this was the right direction. It was like, oh yeah, this is what we're supposed to be doing.
It's so good, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, and Sean was on fire, and
Yep.
I mean, like Malone, you know, I'll tell you, like the circumstances in which we cut that record, Malone, I remember, because I even stumble upon these things once in a while, going through archival things of Malone, because we have thousands of emails over the years beyond having lived together in phone calls. But I remember like turning him on to Evolutionary Sleeper and maybe Adam's Murmur or something, and him sending him demos of this stuff, and he was like, okay, you guys are onto something. I want to be involved again, you know? And we were psyched because we were like, Malone was like our spirit brother in terms of like, you know, just a deep connection musically.
Yes.
And when we went to cut Traced in Air, we knew all his bass lines and stuff because we had jammed with him, and he had, you know, had full on demoed everything and sent us things, so we knew exactly what was happening. But he had an unfortunate circumstance happen right before he literally was coming to cut bass for the album, because we had kind of brought him out. He was teaching at the time in a school in Florida, and Sean and I were already full-blown LA people living there. He got robbed, and his room, like his apartment, was completely raided. I think it was on campus of the university that he was a professor at, and he lost everything. And the things that
So he came home to that, or did he actually have
knows
to deal
right
with somebody
before he
coming
was
into it?
cut bass. So it was like literally like 2 weeks before he was coming to cut bass.
No, I'm saying like what in that was he in the place when somebody came in, or was he?
No, I think he came home.
Oh, okay.
Like somebody knew what they were doing, and what he lost was an entire book he had written on ear training in perfect pitch that was about to come out, and he hadn't sent the full version. Like they think they only had like 1 or 2 chapters, the editor, and he had finished everything, and he lost. So what they took of Sean's was all his hard drives. They took all his data, like everything, all this music he had, like albums of Gordy.
That's some Philip K. Dick shit right there.
Yeah, he lost everything, man.
Wow,
Jesus.
And he came out to cut the album broken. He was just at the end of he felt so fucking sad and broken because all of his work was gone. Like there was no clouds then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was no clouds.
No backups.
Every fucking backup drive was in his apartment, and it was all gone. So like it was rough, man. And we were hoping, you know, we were in such good spirits, fucking psyched about this record, and Malone was just a broken man.
Oh man.
And this is why we did the remix years later, because basically I did it for Sean, because Sean never liked his bass tracks. It had the imprint of that memory of him, that whole situation.
Right.
He always wanted to recut his bass, and I swear some of those bass lines on the remix are exactly of the album, but he just needed to play it again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
To set that tone again.
Have his intent and his perspective. Yeah.
And it was like a bass loud mix thing too. I was like, fuck it, this is all for you, bro. Like, let's just fucking turn you up, fucking whatever you need, man.
Yeah.
And that's why we also were just like, yeah, we'll take the growls out. Like, we have the original version. We'll do this version and make it a little bit different, you know? But it was really for Malone, for his mind, because he was so, like, he just had such a scar from that session, you know? Yeah. From that time in his life. And I don't know that he ever fully recovered even from that, you know. I think that was the beginning of, there was other things obviously, but that was the beginning of a really deeper, dark period in his psyche that he never quite left.
Well, you think about what it takes to have not only write a book, but write a book on something that complex, and how
perfect pitch, but how to make yourself develop perfect pitch,
and then to lose that definitely can break somebody, dude, or at least crack them substantially.
Yeah. and he was so meticulous. He was the kind of person that everything he did was with such attention to detail and so much love. Like there was nothing half-hearted in Malone's universe. Everything was just given absolute attention and high level of genius kind of love and detail that so he lost like records of music and work and things, jobs that he had done, and like probably orchestral works and
Mm,
all these weird arrangements and things because he was this hyper prolific person
right.
that but no one knew it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He flew below the
Yeah.
radar. He hated advertising himself. He hated promoting himself. He was so um, anti kind of public. You
But
know?
he did love to archive himself, and
Yeah,
that's
he was
what was
extremely.
taken from him was that archive that he had been building in the, you know,
Yeah,
in his own individual space where no, you know, but it was still something for him. And that's like really where I say it multiple times on this show. That's like what being an artist is you're making it. It is an ego thing in a sense that you are making it for yourself first, you
yeah,
know? So him having this compiled work as an artist, for it to be taken from, yes, that becomes part of your identity, you know.
exactly. Oh, it feels like the truest part of you. It feels like
Hmm.
you know, and yeah. So to have all of that just annihilated, man, and taken away and gone, it's like ripping out a piece of your soul or something.
Totally. So okay, that was the reason why you remixed Trace and Air. But so tell us a little bit about like the aftermath of, or finally getting Tristan Air together, the aftermath of it. I had caught you a few times after you guys went out after that record was already out. Let's hear a little bit of that real quick.
Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of touring for Trace Air, and the first real tour was awesome. It was with Opeth, and
Yeah.
Michael was a huge Cynic fan, and he fucking. I remember, like, I can't remember if I reached out to him or he reached out to us. I think I may have reached out to him and said, "Hey, we'd love to tour with you guys," and he's like, "We'd love to have you, man," and he was so psyched. He was a real fan. I think he still is.
Right.
So it was like, and we were just like, okay, this is a good. I didn't realize how big Opeth were. I was like, I was so kind of removed from the scene, and so here we were, touring with them, and it was like they're playing, 3 to 5,000 seat rooms. It was like legit in Europe, man. Like they're big,
Hmm.
or at least medium big, in terms of this scene.
Was that Ghost Reveries? What album was out when you were touring
Yeah, I
with
think it
them?
was Ghost Reveries. Does that make sense? 2007, 2008.
Is that right, Joel? Where are
I
you at,
think it might
Joel?
be. I don't know. Actually, I got into Cynic through Gross Reveries, so I was a late bloomer with Cynic, but then fell in love with them.
You mean
But
Opeth?
Yeah, I'm
Opeth,
trying to think what record was it. Is it
Opeth.
Watershed? Is that?
Watershed. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Okay. That's a
Yeah,
sick
yeah,
record, though, too. I love that one.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, but that was amazing because the audiences were killer. You know what I mean? It
Hmm.
was just like, and it was really, we were being exposed to new people. And
Prog
then,
people, like progressive people, like prog
yeah,
nerds too,
yeah.
like
And
us.
then, exactly. It was like, you don't have to explain or prove yourself. And this
Yeah.
was the thing that we started to realize was that the scene had grown and
Yeah.
there was like viable subgenres with real audiences, and it was really open-minded, and it was not like that in the atheist cynic early
Right.
days.
It was the environment that you wish you had at that earlier
Oh, dude,
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we would still be here, and you
But
know,
it's guys like the cynic guys and the atheist guys that helped plant. We've been talking about seeds, but planting seeds for them to grow to
yeah,
where a decade later it finally is ready. It's you
yeah,
got, you
yes.
know.
I know, because Atheist split up by Elements, right? What year was
Mhm.
that? 93?
Yeah, 93, 94, something
Yeah,
like that.
dude. See, that was yeah. Atheist is always another one that I'm like, man,
Yeah,
you
man.
guys were pushing the envelope hard,
Oh,
hard,
dude. And I mean, and we were just being ourselves, you know what I mean? But we definitely were like, we knew we were
and
outside
it shows. It
and we didn't
definitely
fit
shows.
in anywhere. And it was fucking, man, it was rough, man.
So
And so,
now, so now in this new environment, it's
oh my God, we're just like,
Yeah.
wow. And I was like, all these
Mhm.
baby prog bands and fucking, it was like, and the audiences were young. It was like, do you know what I mean? We felt like we were the youngsters in this like tired scene with like really closed-minded extreme music. And it was like, fuck, like where's the edgy fucking outsider people like us? And we found them once in a while. There was a few guys in Berkeley and in certain
Mhm.
cities that were just like, yeah, you know, but not much, very narrow. But now it's like, bam, the scene blew up. There's fucking, you can go to shows and it's packed and it's like a full on legit prog nerd psychedelic fucking hybrid scene. and
that
shit.
gives me more
A
Bay
lot
pride.
a lot of it's your fault, Paul.
That's
I'm just
awesome.
letting you know.
Yeah.
You're the reason
No, it
why
should
that shit
be, dude.
blossomed.
Yeah.
You know, like
Oh, for
you're
sure,
the start
man.
of that. You're the
Yeah.
seed of that. Like that's like, I mean,
I mean-
unfortunately, you had to be the seed because I'd rather see you guys just be on top and playing all the, you know, like being like the bands that are reaping the benefits from the seed. But man, you've influenced so many bands. Like I mean, Opeth, you could tell there's a lot of parts in there. There's a lot of parts in all the bands nowadays. You can just hear like, oh, that's the. I was talking to Greg from Allegiant. It's like the double picking. That's like you know that's like a Paul Masvidal like trademark in metal now. Like with
Right.
Faceless and all these bands, like you hear that. It's just like. That's cynic. Oh, it's cynic. The cynic part over there. Yeah, it's the cynic part. Yeah, it's like it's literally like where it came from. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. You're reminding me of an old friend of ours, Troy, who he actually played bass with, you know, spoke for a minute, but he's a drummer. He took us, me and Sean, to a Dillinger Escape Plan show back in the day, and he's like,
Oh,
"Okay,
yeah.
here comes the cynic part."
The cynic part.
And it was like, but they were, and they admitted it. Chris Penny was a huge cynic head, and so we met them all and stuff. And now, you know, like I've known them since, and anyways, it was
But
one.
then you can that just shows you again. You get to see your imprint on so many different styles of music now. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, that's what it is, and it spawns all these like little sub genres, right? Like because I even say things like I think about, and it's funny, it's like an internal thing in my mind. But like for example, Meshuggah, you know, responsible for gent, right? Like,
Mhm.
but there was other bands doing genty things before Meshuggah, right? And like even I'll give you an example. Like there's in Veil of Maya, you know, there's this riff, you know, digga 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 da digga digga, you know,
Yeah.
part. It's like an over the bar liney kind of thing that happens, and it's very genty. And I thought, man, you could build an entire sound from that riff. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I know Meshuggah were big cynic heads, and I'm like, they got their gent seed from cynic, you know. And I make jokes about that, but it's interesting. Meshuggah, like their trajectory, which is so interesting, is they sounded like Metallica. You know what I mean? That
Oh,
first,
in the beginning. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
it was like, and they you hear their sound get forged over the course of records, and I guess was it Nothing Face that was the real beginning of the gent.
Or
Nothing.
nothing.
Was
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
Nothing Face is Voivod.
As a new metal band or a new metal band too that I watched with Pantera in like 2001. Anyways.
Yeah,
Has nothing to do with anything we're talking about right now.
sound beginning with that sound, and I remember thinking like, wow, so like the thing with Cynic is that the beginning of our sound was all there with the first record, thankfully. Like Focus was a realized vision to where even to this day I can hear things in Focus that are in the most recent record. Like it's like had a really broad palette, you know.
That's
Mhm.
one thing that I definitely did want to bring up was that one thing that I love about you, as well as, you know, a few other bands or artists in general that I am deeply in love with is you constantly throughout Cynic's discography have every record is different, but you've never never lost the anchor to that Cynic vibe that you guys have already had since the beginning, you know?
Yeah.
It's always in there. Like even with like having my moments with Ascension Codes this week, I'm like, they never let go of the one true core of this band, but there's so much expansion that has happened
Yep.
throughout the discography that you can really pinpoint and actually, you know, I can get deeper into what my ideas of what you guys were thinking, or you specifically were thinking during times of making like Carbon Base Anatomy. I'm like, this is where his feet are on the ground. He is more human. He's talking about his human self at this point. And I mean, with Carbon Base Anatomy, that's kind of obvious with the name, but you really listen to the lyrics and it does sound more earthly, and the music does sound more earthly. And then Ascension Codes is like psychedelic futuristic fucking space travel, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you like saying that, because I remember having that conversation with Malone at one point where we were like, you know, aren't we lucky that there's a signature there that we can reference, but it doesn't keep us in a box. You know,
Yeah.
that we can break out of it constantly, but there's always this thing that we know is part of the sound, and you can't really put your finger on it. I mean, you can say that type of riffing or that vocal thing or something, but I think it's even beyond us. You know what I mean? It's almost because you're just like showing up for something and being used for some sound, and it becomes part of this bigger imprint, and you don't take credit for it anymore. It just becomes part of the fabric of the DNA of this sound, and it's not us. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm like, it's not even personal. Like,
Right.
it's almost like has nothing to, it's weird. It's so personal and yet so impersonal. And that's the mysterious thing about music, man, is that you don't like, it's such an unusual and beautiful and weird thing that we're doing here, you know? Like,
Well, yeah, it's ideas in general too, just catching them. Like Justin McKinney, shout out to Justin. I caught him earlier talking about how we're all antennas, dude. We really are an antenna to the universe, and just like catching your synchronicities, you put yourself on a wavelength to where your antenna is able to maybe accept more ideas at certain times than others. And how many ideas are you going to keep in your satchel after you came back from fishing in the river, you know, like,
oh man,
and then how are they going to grow? How are you going to make them grow? Can they grow?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's every. I mean, for me, that's like every record. It's like there's a satchel with hundreds of ideas, and you're just like pulling out that little fucking weird flower and that weed and that rock. And then you're like,
Yeah.
oh, this looks cool. You know what I mean? And some shit just kind of comes together, and but you have like, there's always this body of, or this pool of shit that's being, or a huge satchel of stuff that I'm digging through. And then whatever stands out at whatever period of time kind of ends up making a record. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
even the songs, I was blowing my mind digging up the Eon stuff. I actually like found a lot of the roots of a lot of Cynic stuff. And I found in the trajectory of all this, like I took probably, you know, what started at like 60, 70 tunes, got it down to about 25, and I saw the trajectory of the birth of Eon to the rebirth of Cynic, and how all the songs led us back to Cynic.
Yeah, dude.
And there's this last Eon song that was the last one we did. I swear it could be a Cynic song.
Wow.
It's trippy how it got into that space again, but wasn't quite there, and then it shifted. You know what I mean? But it's like,
it's an attractor, dude.
Yeah.
If we take it back to McKenna, dude, it's the great
Wow.
attractor that took you guys back there.
Totally, man.
That's rad, dude. So okay, Trace and Air
Actually,
was cool.
I had a question though with your Focus remaster. I know you're doing it right now, and you're right in the middle of it right now. Like, what are you trying to like? Is there certain things that you wish? I mean, obviously it was done so long ago, so obviously you
Yeah.
had time to listen to it and really break it down into its core. But like, are there certain tones and
Oh
volumes and
yeah.
stuff that you're really focusing on mainly with this remix remaster thing?
It's yeah. So it's remixing from the ground floor. Like
That's
literally
awesome.
every file has been revisited and reprocessed, and it's not to the point where you think, oh, it's going to be more polished or more slick. It's actually getting more real. Like we're taking the guts of the record and trying to get the frequency range more like there was a 90s sound, and I love that sound. It has this thinness and it's part of those records, but we're bringing in this body, man, with the low end, and the drums sound fatter. Everything's just sitting stacked better, and there's just better separation, but everything's also more in your face. So it just sounds more direct and somewhat like more brutal. It's like heavier. It's like heavier and more in your face and more direct, but like more balanced as a mix. Like it's just everything's sitting perfectly. The low end and the guitars. I never loved my guitar sound on Focus. I was like, we got it as good as we could with the technology. We were using these things called ADA MP1s. They were like rack mount processors, but and I had a rack mount EQ and all this shit, but it always felt too fuzzy in the way that I didn't want it to, because Cynic always would do, we've always done big chords, like 6-note chords across
Yep.
all the strings. So you're doing these big fat chords with distortion, and to get that clarity along all the strings is hard. And
Yep.
now I feel like with modern distortion sounds, they got it down. I mean, there's just all these algorithms and detail with the plugins that you can
Did
do.
you guys capture? You didn't capture the actual clean
No DI.
sound, right? No DIs, yeah, yeah. Because then you could
Yeah.
reamp it and do that, yeah. Well,
So
could you? I mean, nowadays you could reamp, like if you had the DI back, and like
yeah,
the Focus days, you could take it and reamp it and do
that
whatever
would
you
be
want with
the
it.
thing. But
Yeah,
we
yeah.
basically did our hybrid version of reamping the existing recorded sound. Most of the
Interesting.
guitars on that record were recorded with the effects and everything. We
You
can't.
used Roland, like a Roland's,
Yeah,
like the Roland processor.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. All
yeah.
the synthy sounds was Roland. I used a synth module called the Yamaha TX81Z, which
Okay.
is just this trippy old school synth module that I use for guitar, and that's how those weird portamento sounds and I'm But a Wave Too, that kind of bending sound, and we were using tremolos on our Steinbergers, so we could bend full chords like in key. Do what I mean? You could
Oh,
bend up
wow.
and down.
Oh shit.
So it
Okay.
was like
Cool.
trippy because you could just create these wavy fucking.
Is that not a thing anymore?
It's
Yeah.
not a doable thing unless you have a trans trem setup, which are people. I still have an old Steinberger, but no, they're. I mean, it's not like no. Once you start bending strings with a tremolo, the strings bend at different rates,
Differently, yeah.
so it goes out of tune differently. But that
Mhm.
was the whole thing with trans trem, is you can literally change the tuning of your guitar and bend in full, like in key and shit. It's insane how no Ned Steinberger was a genius, man. He was just
That's insane that kind of went away because, like, with all the technology,
you
with like the
know
new, the
yeah.
bridges like that stay in tune. I can't think of the name right now, but the bridges that
Oh,
like
the
with the
Evertune or whatever.
Evertunes and stuff.
I bet that shit does it. I'm sure there's people like that figured that out now, but
What
it
a
was a
trip.
big deal then, and it was a unique sound, and we were like really utilizing it because it was so trippy sounding. It's
And
like,
with your influence, obviously musically and stuff like that, we've gone over that a lot. But can we like just give Cynic like the reason why everyone has a headless guitar now? Can we just like that's like where it started with Cynic. Cynic was like made
Exactly.
that cool with the Steinberger. Was it the original one?
yeah.
Yep, that was like the original one, and then it went. I have a right here. I got one that kind of gets you right here. You can that's on in the dark.
Oh,
over
I see.
there.
Yeah, I see
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
stock. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's I almost bought yours, the Masvidalian model. I was like, oh, should I just fucking fork over and just do it? And it's funny because I got that like off Craigslist for a guy that like it was $1,600.
Cool. It's a
Like
Stramper.
A Strandberg. Jesus, I
Oh,
couldn't. I
nice.
wanted to say Steinberger a bunch, but
Yeah.
it was a Strandberg. It's just like one of the more basic models, and I got it for like $800. So I was like, first thing I just came home and was like, all right, I'm learning space for this. like I have to. I just. It's like I can only play Cynic on it. Like I can only like
Nice.
because I remember standing behind you at in Oakland. You guys played. Remember there was a venue change. We had Max on recently, and there was like a
Oh,
venue
yeah.
change from Warfield or something
Yeah.
over to the Metro.
Yeah.
And I got this sweet spot like right next to you, and I just got to see the neck of your guitar. Like I was telling all my friends about it. I'm like, dude, it's like diagonal.
Right.
It's like following the thumb. I'm like, it must be his like design. I was like, coming up with all my, and like I didn't know it was like the typical thing that he does.
Yeah.
That luthier.
That's
who wants to
Ola's
start?
patent
Yeah.
thing. It's the Endure neck.
And
Yeah.
Durneck, yeah, and it looks super. It looks insanely uncomfortable. It looks like a block of wood,
No.
and it's
But then
so
you play it,
comfortable.
it's like so easy, and yeah.
And do you find yourself like with your thumb on it? Because this is actually a nerdy question, but like because it looks like it's supposed to follow your thumb down, right, when you're
That's
going higher. So like I find myself using it as different kind of crutches. Like I'll hold, like I'll
Yeah.
like hold certain spots for certain chords, and then I'll be in the middle for certain chords, and then I'll push
Yeah.
on the bottom of it for certain chords, but I won't be
So
in the
what
middle
year
the whole time.
is the one you have? Because those necks have evolved a lot. Like the newer ones, he softened that curve a lot.
Yeah.
They're really mellow now. You know what I mean? It's like the early Endure necks, which I really liked. It was pretty pronounced. It was like almost a hard fucking cut.
Yep.
But the newer ones now, it's gotten pretty gentle, man. It's like it's still doing that, but it's way more mellow. But yeah, I love it, man. I just think it's like the fact that he pulled that off, that he rewrote the net code, that's been around forever of the traditional concave thing. And I remember Ibanez was doing things with more flat stuff. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like wizard necks and stuff.
Yeah,
like
really
Yeah.
thin. But I mean, you got to give it to Ola, man. He fucking took a big risk, and it worked. And it's like, and the thing I give to him really is that one of the best things about him as a luthier is he goes to all of us and he says what needs updating, what needs changes, and this
Like
is
no
how,
ego.
yeah, and we no ego, man, and we all just like throw back feedback. This could be this. We could do this. Let's change this. Fucking, and he fucking makes notes and just implements. And he's constantly getting out of his own way to make the best instrument possible. I mean, he's a real badass luthier, man, and a real artist mind in that sense. He's just like very forward thinking. I feel like he picked up where like where Ned left off, because Ned left really making guitars. He sold Steinberger to Gibson, and they kind of
That's
just
right.
fell away. And
I would mix them up because it's Strandberg and Steinberg.
I
So
know,
I would, like
yeah.
totally would mix them up. Yeah.
yeah, it's Steinberger and
Steinberger.
Steinberg. But yeah, no, it's interesting the similarity. And I know that Ola studied Ned's stuff. Like he studied all those guys. He geeked out on that shit and was like, I need to know what they're doing, and he really understood everything, and now he's pushing the envelope further, man. He's trying to go into like renewable materials, because the guitar industry's decimated, like for example rosewood and shit, and
Mm-hmm.
kind of fucked up some tree populations, and
Yep.
Oh shit.
so they're like starting to, and we've had talks about it. It was like, yeah, he really wants to keep going and just
Carbon fiber, like doing all that stuff. Yep.
yeah, he looked really into that. We had a long talk about that because I have a carbon fiber acoustic, and he uses those reinforcements in the necks. But apparently the carbon fiber thing, it's still very expensive and difficult to make. The mold and stuff is a pain in the fucking ass. And
Are they a lot lighter compared to regular
Oh, yeah.
guitars?
yeah, they're lighter and they're just impervious to the elements, man. Like,
Yeah.
and you can literally
No warping, no nothing. Yeah.
and you can leave it on the beach or in the
You don't need to have a humidifier in your case.
No.
Yeah.
So Paul, actually, I have an idea that you could shoot to him, because we were talking about that old bridge that could bend chords perfectly.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know.
I'll tell you, I mean, the bridge science, that's a fucking, especially with headless guitars, the new NX that's coming out, because we've got a new one coming out soon of the Masvidalian. Like they've done this updated bridge thing, like the saddle's one piece, and I don't know. I realized that bridge science with those headless guitars is fucking really
Insane.
complicated and never ending. Like it's like you'll never get it down. It's like an ongoing situation, you know.
Yeah, it's insane.
But it's gotten really good. And the thing with those guitars is that once you get the basics of learning how to set it up and kind of intonate, and it's actually really simple. It's like not intimidating, you know. Like a lot of guitars are fucking like you think it's crazy and complex, but you just get in there a little, and it's like, oh, okay, it's fucking totally easy, man. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
Just
I can
slight
do-
variations on technique. You can get through it.
It's like
yeah,
get a little ruler out, get the oh shit, it's got to be this high this way and
Yeah,
this
yeah.
long this way.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
actually, Paul, I had a trippy
Just-
thing. I've brought it up a couple times, but there was this one guy that did this like study on. He was like, does wood really matter in an electric guitar? Was his
Right.
thesis or whatever, and it's on YouTube somewhere. But he literally goes to like all with the electronics, and he tries all the different tone woods, and he basically blindfolds you. He's like, "Can you tell?" And then he finally, at the very end, his last one is two tables. It's a table that's 25.5 inches from another, you know what I mean? Like it's like a table that's like from the
Yeah.
bridge or whatever, and with no wood in between, just zero wood and only the electronics. And he strums it, and I'm like, what the fuck? Am I like buying into all this stuff? It sounds so, I know, it blew my mind. I was like,
Wow, I gotta check that out. I feel like I
yeah.
saw something about that recently, but no, I remember a dude in LA was making guitars out of like metal, like steel. They were heavy as fuck, but they were like sick looking, fucking
Yeah.
badass, and they sounded so good. And it was like, wait, what's this wood thing all about? No, I mean, really, you know what I mean?
Seriously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But even the one thing Ola figured out, all those Strandbergs, one of the things with the design is they're chambered, so they're
Mhm.
hollowed out. A lot
Super
of the
light.
insides, they're super light. And what he said is like, yeah, the misnomer that this like Les Paul that's fucking 12 pounds is super resonant because of this heavy wood is like it's actually not true. The sound molecules don't have as much room to bounce around.
Oh, okay.
Like it gives it more space for the sound to kind of dance in the chamber, and
Yeah.
that's why they have so much sustain and shit. And I was like, holy shit!
I've
And
been lied to.
yeah, and they're super light, and they have body. Like they can sound really warm and like fat. You know, it's like it's pretty interesting. You know, there's a lot of science with that stuff. You know,
There is, you know, even with acoustic guitars, because I remember in 2011 I worked for Guitar Center during like the whatever, or 2010 or whatever, during the Depression or whatever. Went to Guitar Center and I walked into the acoustic room like, they all sound the same, and then I had a Taylor rep come in and show me, and I was like, what the fuck, like like how Taylor like had their like bracing or whatever, and did one strum and I was like, oh shit, okay. Well,
Yeah,
you got me. I felt it in my body. It was projecting loud, highs, lows, everything was in there. It was
yeah,
like, oh shit, this is not the fucking Yamaha in my friend's room anymore. This is like an
right.
actual. I actually went shopping. I was like, I'm gonna spend $2,000 on a fucking Taylor this weekend. I like went there and they were all locked up and there was like a million people there. So I was like, okay, thank God there's a million people because I was gonna fucking buy one. But yeah, just feeling that actual difference from like an Ibanez, like a acoustic to like an actual the bracing and everything done like perfectly.
Yeah.
It just screamed. It was insane.
Yeah.
I remember like, okay, I'll shut up. Like you're right.
Yeah. No, there is something about those guitars. I have an old Martin, not that old, but pretty old. And I remember when I went to get it, I want to say who was working. I knew somebody that was working at Guitar Center, and I went into the room, and he was letting me take out different Martins of the same model, like, and I would bring it back to my buddy's studio. We'd mic it up, and fucking hear it through these sick monitors. And I got to try like 8 different Martins out of the same model, and they all sounded slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, this is the one, and I picked this one that had the sound I wanted, which was this kind of boxier, duller, warm sound, and that ended up being the acoustic guitar I used on all the Eon Spoke stuff, But it's like it's interesting, even like the same model, because I had a bunch of Mexican Strats when I was doing session work, and they would sound night and day, one from the next. You'd get once in a while a Mexican Strat that sounded so sick, like the fucking legendary sounding one, and it was fucking like $300, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
It's. I also think there's like our DNA and our body at work with these instruments, and
I agree.
and your vibrational field is interacting with this like thing, and it's
I
like,
can jump on board with that for sure,
you
dude.
know what I mean? And it's like you can. And I had a guitar teacher, dude, not far from right where we are right now on Miami Beach, who I remember as a kid. He taught me a great lesson. He was this shredder dude, and I thought I was coming back from camp thinking I could fucking rip and shit. And he was like, "Oh, you fucking rip," and he hands me the acoustic guitar with the action up to here, like
Oh fuck.
in my 13s, and my little
It's like a
hand.
slide guitar.
It was just like not friendly. And
Torture, dude. Yeah.
touch your head on that, dude. And I was like, oh, fucking, I'm just like completely melted. And he grabs it and starts shredding on it.
Oh,
And he goes, "It's your body, bro. It's not the guitar, man."
That's true.
And I
That
was
is true.
like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And by the time I finished those lessons with him, I could play on that fucking high action acoustic. And I was like, he's like, "You got to dig for those notes. You got to fucking play the guitar." And it was like, holy shit. Fucking.
I mean, you've mentioned that, Joel, where it's like no matter how much you spend on equipment,
Yeah,
it's
it
in
comes
the
down to the
fingers.
person. The
It's in
person's
the
in
fingers,
the tone.
dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
I mean, actually, to be honest with you, I'm not much of an acoustic player, but we're about to record some acoustic stuff. So, speaking of, I have a Taylor right here.
Oh, nice.
But that I've been just working on. I haven't played acoustic since I was a youngin' playing like fucking "Wish You Were Here" or whatever. So like,
I can play
I've
that song.
I know you can't. But I've
Are
I've
you
literally
all guitar players, by the way?
I'm a vocalist only, dude. But I
Oh.
like to. Yeah, I can jam out on an acoustic,
Yeah,
and I can
I play
I can
guitar.
Casey
play
does
a nice
everything.
4/4 beat on the drums too, But yeah, I'm
But
the
just
front
like
man for
I'm like
these
a nice,
guys.
comfortable, like, oh, the action's great on this, and I can do things. You know what I mean? Like, and it's really cool to like get an acoustic because all of a sudden, like, I just noticed my playing elevated immediately. I was like, because you have to press a little harder.
Oh,
You have to
yeah.
make sure your fucking fingers are correct for like you're gonna hit like dead notes on the tone, like the six note fucking chords. You're
Your
gonna fucking
mistakes
hit
will
dead
be
notes.
heard.
Yeah,
if
you really have to fucking arch your fingers, make sure that you're fucking
Oh.
hitting the tips of your fingers.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's like really like
Yeah.
like I just started because I was like, I'm just gonna learn on fingers, nothing else matters. Just start, like just just like learn all that. And I was like, I played that, then played the songs I was working on. I played the songs I was working on 10 times better just after learning like some silly little like stretchy like finger picking things. It was like because I don't finger pick ever, and I'm like it's like one thing that I've always wanted to get into, and I'm like I'm gonna fucking this is like kind of like a 2022 2023 like thing. I'm gonna like fucking finger pick by the end
Good
end of
for
20.
you. Are you working on it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as of a week ago, but I'm like way into it though. I'm way into it though.
You
I'm like I
gotta
actually
start
like
somewhere, dude.
Yeah,
when you
dude.
hit those parts. I mean, I took a classical guitar class in college, and it was I had to perform. But then once that was done, it was just done. I just put it away, and
Yeah.
I had an amazing, what something trained classical person. What's the Suzuki chain? One of my best friends she's Suzuki trained, and like just would show me all the songs and stuff, and I would just learn them and go perform them, and then I was like, all right, I'm done with the class. I got an A. Cool. I'll put the guitar away, sell it because I was broke at the time, and then it just like moved on to this exchange of equipment. Have guitar players go through like the buy and sell. I got a green one now, and I got a red. It's like before like it's you're jumping through every fucking hoop trying to find like your gear and stuff like that. But I wish I stuck with that.
Yeah. Like finding your gear and instruments that you resonate with too. I mean, that takes time, It's like, and then it gets to the point, like for me, it's where I was like, oh wait, I can play anything, like I'm just using these instruments as vehicles. But I have found like, an instrument like a Strandberg, especially having my own guitar, it's like, it's definitely, it makes it easier for me it just like gives birth to ideas because it's so perfectly feels so like organically right. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like I'm not fighting it. Although what's funny is that I just did this playthrough that's going to come out with an Ascension Code song for the new guitar, and I practiced on an acoustic for it for most of it. Like I literally was playing an acoustic with like 12s, just trying to like get my fingers as
Finger
strong as
strength.
possible. Yeah, so that when I switch to that guitar, it's just like bam. Fucking,
That's the move, dude. I'm just figuring out like this week, like going to like acoustic, or I'm sorry, electric now. I'm like, oh, this is super easy. It's like, I
yeah.
mean, it's not super easy, but it's like my fingers like have the strength now to like hit
It's like
everything.
swimming with weights on your ankles and
Exactly.
Yeah,
wrists.
exactly.
Same thing. Yep.
But
Uh,
no, that's the
all
move
right,
I think a lot of
all
guitar
right, you
players need to
guys.
do.
I love the gear talk. You guys are speaking a foreign language right now, so I'm going to say I have a question, which is explain to me the meaning behind "Kindly Bent to Free Us." That album title.
Well, there's a series of books in really advanced Buddhist practice. They're from this trilogy called the, I think it's connected to the Diamond Sutras, which is um, basically Mahayana Buddhist path. And there's a book that I had read and is in, like a Bible book to me. It's one of three books, and it's called Kindly Bent to Ease Us. And
Okay.
I just, that title at the time, between what was going on with that record, the lyrics, and that book, I think it just all kind of, and then I realized like it just kind of, and then it was like, oh wait, but that title, and then I shifted it to Free Us. And I don't, it's like I think about all the lyrics on the record, and I think about this idea, right? So I think the metaphor with kindly bent to free us or even ease us is, and with that view, is that everything that comes your way in your life, and that includes the most difficult experiences, are there to free you and not enslave you. So,
Mhm.
including all the pain and suffering, like all the hardship, all the struggles, all the difficulty,
Grief, the
everything,
loss.
it,
Yes.
it's there to free you. And this is why they call suffering the first grace. It's like that. It's like it's the opportunity to see. That you get an opportunity to see where you're holding back, where you're actually arguing with reality. Because when you argue, you don't win, right?
Yep.
So, but it's this fight against how things are, not willing to accept things as they are, thinking things should be different than what they are, that create our prisons, because we start thinking that things should be different, and rather than meeting reality as it is. And just so this idea of kindly bent to free us, like this whole experience of being alive, is to just bring freedom, is to bring ease to our lives, to eliminate this hardship. I think that's kind of the root of it. And the lyrics get into a lot of crazy stuff. I think about,
Yes, they do.
yeah, there's I remember, I mean, because I was starting to go deeper back into the ET stuff too, then as well, with a lot of the theories of our Anunnaki heritage and all this stuff, and so
Oh
there's
damn.
some of that kind of in the roots of those lyrics.
I read the 12th Planet.
Oh yeah,
Zechariah Sitchin. Yes, that was
oh nice.
definitely a thing that opened my mind to the Anunnaki. Shout out Matty Way, who turned me on to that.
Dude, Zachariah was like, yeah, that's really the beginning of all that shit for sure, man.
Yeah,
I mean, it goes way more beyond that, but Zachariah kind of brought it into the collective, like unconscious, like
totally.
in the mainstream. Yeah,
But I mean, yeah, it is like just a variation on a story that's been told for so long, dude.
yeah,
It's just been manipulated. It's the game of telephone through thousands and thousands of years.
yeah, dude. And we keep finding new things out. It's like, I don't know if you're hip to like Graham Hancock and stuff, but
Oh yeah, dude.
I mean, he's just like, it's like
With the pyramids and stuff.
the pyramids, and he just talks about like, just there's the Younger Dryas period. I don't know if you know about this, but it's like just that the fact that the Earth is way more ancient than we think, and we realize it's been here thousands and thousands of years and goes way, way back, and that the history of our species is way more ancient than we realize, and it's just like
the marks on the Sphinx is mainly what he's talking about at that time, that show evidence of that area being
ancient.
Tropical and a rainforest. Like, but if that were possible, then it would have to be way more older than everybody's talking about. But there's no denying that there's these like fissures that are on the surface of the Sphinx that show water erosion,
Right.
From long time ago. And Randall Carlson, dude, I love all this stuff. That's another like deep rabbit hole.
And it's so deep and it's so fascinating because it just keeps blowing the lid on like what we think our story is, right? It's like just when we think we got it, it's like it's way just suddenly turning right and left, and it seems like we're finally, because people like Graham and others like him who are like outsider archaeologists, like they're like basically been shunned by that traditional community there, because they're not following the traditional. But it's like they're still in like the dark ages. It's like Graham's like pushing the envelope, man, and he's like a Terrence in a sense, but in that world, you know what I mean? He's like,
and it is like messing with the egos of the norm in those little,
disrupting the status quo.
Exactly. Like this is wait. We've been coasting on this being our theory for this long. Now you're gonna throw a speed bump on us? No, dude. Fuck your speed bump. Get out of here. Yeah. But it's like, wait, no, but look.
I know. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah, that's how it always is, though.
Always is, yeah.
But it's like you kind of feel like you're alive during a time where it's starting to, expand and open up, and woke. Everybody's waking up, like.
No, but it's true. There is a lot of fucking. It blows my mind actually when I have to say. I mean that the Instagram algorithms got me down because fucking when I doom scroll, it's the raddest shit ever. It's like fucking, it's like so easy to get lost in these sick wormholes of the fucking coolest information. I'm just like, and then next thing you know, I want to buy some weird alien fucking t-shirt or something, I'm like, what's wrong with this? But at the same time, it's the worst thing ever. You know what I mean? But because it's like, I sit there and I think, wait, no, I should be like doing something, playing guitar or like being creative.
Yeah, no. Well, that's the resistance that I mean, if we're going to talk more books, Stephen Pressfield's the War of Art. That's one of my Bibles, that it's in my bag all the time, is just something to flip through and really focus on. Yes, we are humans that love to create, but the back and forth thing is and I just mentioned this recently on a podcast. You have a vision. Here's a point B. I want to be at point B right away. But the journey to get to point B is what you're really going through. And I totally just lost where I was going. Why did I just bring this up?
No, you were saying it's like the idea of that book, how it's like procrastination.
Yeah. So yeah, resistance. That's the thing too. There's a part of ourselves that will always get in the way of us getting to doing the journey. And you can attribute it to anything. Going to the gym. You wake up, your alarm goes off to go to the gym or go for a run or something like that. Your mind immediately is like, well, making excuses like, I didn't sleep as much as I wanted to last night, and so, but that's the resistance that you have to fight as an artist in order to work on your craft and get to that point B that I'm talking about.
Dude, it's like you have to push through it, and pushing through it will take all of your energy,
Yes.
your resources, and maybe put you in a very uncomfortable place, but that's probably the right place to be to make the right stuff. And if you're too cozy and stuff, like it's almost like the art will lose its luster. It'll get, it's like, this is why, like, for example, I have a friend I'm working with on a project, and she ended up just like moving into my apartment, and she's been staying there for, now it's like we're at 10 months, and she's gone right now, and I'm going to go back for a minute. But I pushed myself out after I finished Ascension Codes just to be in a free flowing, unknown, kind of out of any comfort zone state. And I've been living this way for probably years, but next level now, where I don't even have a real home. And
So how long have you been in Florida right now?
10 months with no home.
Wow.
And I'm going back to my pad because she's gone. She's coming back though, and I'm just gonna like give it to her again for a while because she's doing some work in town for a while. And I'm thinking, I'm just gonna keep floating, and I have my little portable studio, and it's just keeping me on my toes. It's keeping me in a place of hyper creative kind of where I'm just not able to settle into anything comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's keeping me right on that edge. And I just know what I need. You know what I mean?
Right.
I need to go back to the cocoon in a bit, and I will listen to that. But I think for me, this is partially in reaction to the events of 2020, which for everybody was fucked up in terms of the reality of how everything was just so collectively shot.
Right.
Also, I had my bookends of my two bros die, my lifelong bandmates die at January, December of that year. And it just like, and I was locked in my apartment in LA, fucking the city was fucking hell. And I'm in the middle of it. It was just like, felt like complete fucking end of the world shit.
Yeah. Personal apocalypse for
So
sure.
apocalyptic.
Yeah, man, dude.
It felt like the world was just, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I had to I was pushing through to finish this record, and it took everything out of me. So I think like it was one of those things where it was just like, oh my God, fucking get me the fuck out of this place, man. Just like
Totally.
I just need space and just not know where I am and what's going on. And so it's been a lot of that. But and I thought for a while I just do a long meditation retreat. I was just like, I want to go do a year. Just fucking sit for a year.
So how long have you been practicing meditation?
Oh, I started really probably seriously around Focus era. Like I was meditating on the Death Human tour because I remember just that tour, like those fucking shithole places, some of those places we were playing that were just filthy. And you go into a bathroom and it was just gnarly. It was just fucking shit everywhere. Just
Right.
like punk clubs that like take pride in being disgusting.
Right. Yeah.
But me finding some weird fucking stall and like doing my meditation and shit and fucking then going out and playing with death. And I remember I took pride in that. I was just like, it became like a game to find a spot to meditate.
That's cool.
Like alleys and shit and stairwells and things like that. So I started then really seriously. And then I think it got really next level serious by like the mid 90s, like post Focus. Once I came to LA and got deep into the Buddhist practice, because I was more into like Hindu stuff back then. That's when I was like, I need, if I have time to eat, I have time to meditate.
Yeah.
And it became like a way of life, like brushing my teeth. It's like, this is what you do. This is part of your day. And, it's like anything else. You can come up with all the excuses. And I've had so many arguments with my meditation bench. I can't even tell you, and watching my mind go against the sitting practice coming up with every fucking excuse to not do it.
Again, the resistance we were just talking
It's
about.
the same thing, man. It's the same thing. So it's been a good thing for me to keep that stabilized, because it's helped it's helped everything in my life. It's actually helped me move through the most difficult things and keep going. And it's getting to know my mind. It's getting to know how my mind works. You're developing a relationship with yourself, which is when you finally understand how that mind works, or the self works, and you transcend that, you realize everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's the same. We're all dealing with the same stuff. And you lose this idea of, like, you know what I mean? That's when the ego hopefully starts to dissolve, and you start to, there's no one here. Like, this is the aha moment in Zen practice, when they give people a cone, and they are doing that riddle, and they fucking are saying it, over and over, or trying to like unlock the riddle. And then they kind of unlock it, and they burst out into laughter. It's like they see through. It's like the cosmic joke. You see through that you've been fucking hard on yourself, believing that you're something real and concrete, and getting so caught up in this thing that is not. It's not solid.
Right.
And psychedelics help us see that often quicker. But the thing with psychedelics, I will say, is that you still have to come back to this neurotic mind, right? And so you can't be tripping 24/7. Although, I mean, I microdosed for years, and on shrooms, acid to this day. I'm still a pretty regular microdoser. Ayahuasca since the early 2000s. I can't count how many times I've done ayahuasca.
Wow.
Any of those psychedelics. I ended up facilitating retreats and doing all that stuff, and I'm still actively involved in all that whole scene. But I have found that even with all those shortcuts and all those peaks into enlightened mind and non-dual awareness, I found, because I just went to Jamaica, and did a fucking mushroom retreat. I was invited there by a group from LA, and it was awesome because I basically was, invited. I didn't have to spend any money, and they were like, they filmed everything and were just like studying us and shit, and then they were making some film and stuff, and I ate 30 grams, and,
at one time or a total?
one night.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, of like a fucking
Whoa.
albino, super strong. And because I was like, I'm gonna fucking pierce the matrix. Fuck this. Like,
yeah, dude.
Like, with ayahuasca and all that, once you've done so many strong psychedelics. But I will say this, man, after eating that much, it was like, I literally I got to a sober state again.
You went full circle.
Full circle, where I was absolutely lucid and clear, like I am right now. But fully tripping, but fully lucid. And it's like almost like a fourth state of awareness. Like they say past, present, future. This is how I was describing it. It's like it was beyond the past, the present, and the future. It's like it's not even a now thing. It's some other thing.
Right.
And it was like, but fully fucking empathetic. And I was in this room with other journeyers and felt the vibe present, completely open, completely clear. It was like this beautiful, claircognizant awareness of just everything as is. But then I remember I came back to my room, and they had these little handheld cams for us. And I fucking grabbed the camera after the end of the journey, and I said, I don't know if these work on me anymore. I don't know if I need them. I don't, like, am I on the other side of the fucking mushroom? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, do they, and I think the point was, because I don't think you're ever on the other side. I talked to a friend about this a lot, how in some ways I think the mushrooms know more about you than you know about them. Like, they actually do, they give you just what you need. And it doesn't matter dosage at that point. If you're a true psychonaut, it'll give you exactly what you need. And so it was just giving me what I needed in that situation, and it was perfect. And but I also think that, just going further on this, is that, like, I have had long-term meditation retreats, and not even long-term, 5-day retreats, 7-day, 10-day Vipassana, where I had similar experiences where I started to trip, where I basically, you get into such, once you get your mind stabilized and can concentrate, then you get to these, you can open these like doors, almost like portals that you go through, gates. And some of the Buddhist teachings call them the jhanas, the states of awareness. And you can get to these states where literally you feel like you're tripping.
Yeah.
I remember, one retreat in particular with the first teacher I took my vows with, Acharya Leon, a beautiful teacher from the Shambhala tradition. I remember asking her, I needed her help because I was like tripping balls, and I was completely sober, but I went into this tripping, and this shit's fully documented in all the Buddhist traditions and all those fucking crazy texts that are full volumes of text. They break out the labyrinth of the mind, and they break down all these states, and they say that a lot of practitioners will get stuck in these states. Like, because you just get so good at entering that trip that you just you know how to get there, and you just go there and you fucking hang out in this blissful state of awareness. But that's not the end of the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's beginninglessness and endless. So it's like there is no destination. And so, but people will get cozy in these states of mind, and that happens a lot in Buddhist practice. If you become a good meditator, you get to learn how to get into these stable states, and you can hang out there. And it's some of them can be very much like a psychedelic experience. Like,
that was actually one of the questions I've been waiting to ask you is, have you ever had blow, or not necessarily blowout, but there could be a mild one too, because we haven't even talked about your yoga. Like, I'll say that you're the only guy that got me to do yoga at a metal show.
whoa.
So while you're doing yoga, have you ever gone deep into that state to where the yoga has brought a psychedelic experience?
Like you're saying hatha yoga, like physical yoga?
Yeah.
Like the actual postures? Yeah, I mean, there's been, because hatha, yoga.
Well, first of all, then you got to tell me the differences between yogas now.
Yeah, well, there's like, in yoga, there's 8 limbs. The Patanjali, like, we called it the 8 limbs of yoga. And there's these different paths. And, like Raja Yoga is the royal path. It's like it's a certain path. It's like Bhakti Yoga is is considered it's the path of devotion. What's the other one? Seva Yoga is like the path of service. So there's all these like different paths. Karma Yoga. These like that have different practices, and hatha is the physical postures. It's the pop culture, yoga that was now entered the West in a big way, which is cool. But it's, yoga studios everywhere.
Or Kundalini, that's the one.
There's Kundalini yoga, which is breathing. It's all breath work. It's all pranayama and stuff. And so I've unlocked, even the day after that 30-gram dose, we did a Kundalini breathwork thing based off of what's his name? Who developed all the holotropic breathwork stuff?
You got me on that one.
What's up, Luna? Oh, I'm petting my friend's
Luna. Oh, we got the moon. The moon is.
Let me see if you can see her. You see her? Luna, say hi to the camera. Look.
Hey, look. Luna. Oh, it's a good girl. She just wants some attention. Yeah, she's like, you're giving all your attention to the computer right now. Why don't I get any love?
She's sweet.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, like, what's his name? Anyways, he developed holotropic breathwork. I'm going blank right now.
That's all good. We've already had you for 3 hours.
Yeah. but he's a badass, and he basically Stan Groff.
All right.
And he so we did a whole holotropic ceremony after the day after we did 2 mushroom sits, and the day after the second sit we did this holotropic breathwork thing that lasted a fucking hour, and I had a full on third eye opening. I went into this huge purge where I started sweating balls, like I was completely fucking, like I came out of a fucking steam room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Coming out of me, and I literally like got into a meditation position and was like, holy shit, and just went like DMT style, where just like blast off. And this was just from breath work.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, granted, I had fucking a lot
30
of
grams the night before, but
yeah. But still, it was pretty trippy how that was way more intense than the mushrooms from the nights before. And it was like all just using your body, you know? And so you can, and that's the thing, it's like your body, man, you can access so many states. And this is this stuff's been going on. You have yogis there used to be a show on TV called That's Incredible. This was like in the fucking early 80s or some shit. I'll never forget some dude, like they would show humans doing crazy shit. And there was some yogi from India that gets in a fucking glass box this big, and fucking they throw him like underwater, and he's fucking there for like fucking a week. Like but he mastered his breathing and shit, and he learned how to slow his heart rate down to where he could basically barely breathe at the slowest tempo and fucking hang out for a week in a box in a fucking weird yoga position underwater or some shit. You know, it's like,
yeah, dude. The whole thing about like the slowing the heart rate and all that, and being able to tap into that shit is what trips me out when I read those stories and stuff. Like,
dude.
Like a lot of my like super deep like meditation like dudes that are like into like the actual art of meditation and stuff like that. When I took DMT, they're like, "Oh, you took like the fast track?" Like, they're like, "Oh, you took the easy way, like to get it real quick." Because I remember when I did it a few times, and I remember like the third or fourth time, like the beings or whatever told me like to stop. They're like, "You're doing it for fun. This is not a fun. This is like a spiritual thing that you're supposed to be doing." I was like, "Oh, sorry."
But that's what's crazy is that you still got knowledge from your trip.
Totally.
It said, "Hey, come back when you want to."
No, it was literally something as dumb as like it was my like birthday a certain year, and one of my best friends like had a bunch of DMT and was like, "Hey, for your birthday, here's a couple grams." So I was like, "Fuck yeah, awesome!" And so we're like, instead of go to the bars, let's go like lose our minds. And we they like gave us instructions. They're like, be in a dark room, listen to this kind of music, like, well, don't like do this and that, don't go outside. They were telling me like doing like very basic, like probably like rookie maneuvers they were giving me, you know, just do this. And it really just like it at first it was just like psychedelic madness. It was like just so much shit to take in. And then it was like beings with like I still remember the being that first like came up to me. It was like we sound like insane to people that haven't taken it. But there's like a being that came up to me that was like a Egyptian looking outline. And through the outline, you know, when you zoom in on like when you a vein and you see like the blood cells going through, it was all the religious symbols going through the being. And I was like, oh, I could see like stars of David, crosses, you know, Buddhist symbols, everything like going through this thing. And it's just doing this to me. It's just all like it's all slow, kind of like an Alex Gray, kind of like a slow motion kind of thing. I think Alex Gray pretty much.
I would take
close to like things I've seen. I'm like, oh shit.
I would take that as a message of it's all one thing, guys. Like you guys are just having your different stories to.
My trip was one little light. It was like one little powered light that was blinking in the corner. It was where the source of all this shit was coming from, and like this little light leaked in, and it was just like it was like a sun on me. It was like burning my skin, and like there was like a being coming out of it. Like, dude, chill the fuck out. Stop doing this.
That's cool.
This is a Friday night to like go instead of drinking, you're gonna take the most powerful psychedelic. Like you need to like come to me with a question. You know what I mean? Like,
intent. Yeah, maybe you didn't have any intent.
No, I didn't. It was like, oh, this is gonna be like see crazy stuff. This would be fun.
Yeah.
I had a really dumb outlook on when I first like tried it, and it really checked me.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah.
I mean, it's sacred medicine, man, and we have to honor it. We have to honor the plants too. I mean, it's like there's a lot of wisdom there, and it's like really meeting it with respect. And I mean, I remember at one point after many years of ayahuasca, I was going to certain ceremonies where people were so comfortable with the medicine, and it was a lot of like seasoned ayahuasqueros, but they got too cozy where it was like people would be like suddenly it became like a talent show or someone's reciting a poem, another person singing a song. And I understand if it comes from a place of inspiration in the moment, but it felt like suddenly people were dropping down into like ego states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, 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 no.
Yeah.
No, let's not make it about how fucking wise you are because you fucking ate this plant and like fuck that. Like this is about going to the wounds and fucking working on your shit and healing your trauma and helping each other out and really taking a look deeper at who you are and fucking it doesn't have to be serious. There can be a sense of play in that too,
Right.
but you don't want to like you know what I mean, where it gets into like a like oh listen to my fucking poem I'm gonna recite now.
Right. I'm a psychonaut. I'm a seasoned psychonaut, and here's my poetry that I'm going to
Yeah,
give you right now. Yeah.
It's like a guy that's like trying to like impress a bunch of people, and he's like, "Hey, check this out! I have a guitar, acoustic guitar, and I'm gonna play Sublime songs for you now." It's like, and then you're like, "Fucking goddamn it, get the hell out of here!" Like that's the type of awkward that I'm like. It's one of my
Yeah.
worst
No.
fears.
Making it. Making. Oh,
Making eye
sorry. I was,
contact with you. Well, they're making eye contact with you. It's like one-on-one. They're playing like a Sublime song, and they're like, they're like, "Dude, check this out, dude." And I'm just like, and I'm going like, "Fuck yeah, those are crisp chords." All right, I'm gonna take off.
in those environments, you really would have to be sensitive and empathetic to if you're going to share this space. That
But they're trying to
we
show
should.
off to the masses that they're
No,
trying
I
to show
know, but that's
that
what I'm
they're
saying. Like in those spaces, you would want um, space to be able to go inward, and obviously, you can't do that when you have somebody saying, "Here, look at me. Here, look at me."
exactly.
Yeah.
You
Exactly.
know?
Yeah, actually, the early days of the Aya ceremonies, a lot of the shamans would advise don't talk to anybody, don't talk to your neighbor. Like, and and even having sat for a lot of ceremonies too, like when you see somebody going through a very difficult thing, you're not there to disrupt that thing for them. You can go and sit next to them, but you don't like go up to them and do you know what I mean? Like you let
Right.
Totally.
they're on there, they got to work through this, man.
Mhm.
My mom and I actually, she, deep in the Buddhism stuff. Two friends of my growing up, we had to go pick up from a year-long silence retreat where they just hadn't said a word for a year. They were just
Awesome.
completely silent for a year.
That's what I
And
want.
we were the first people to run into them, and
Wow.
or to pick them up and stuff. And they're just like, we're like first speaking again. I was like, gee, I was 10 years old or something watching this, like completely blown away. I'm like, you didn't speak, like, didn't understand how that could even be a thing back then. But
Wow.
like, my mom's like, yeah, all of our friend Olive like came back. It was like almost like a 2 year, like, was like, didn't
Oh
like
yeah.
speak. She was like totally out in the woods.
3 year
And
too.
yeah. We went out there and she was just like, and we're like, what? I was like, and it's like, it's a woman I used to live with as a roommate of ours as a kid, So it's like, she
Wow.
went and did this like 2 year retreat. I'm like, where the fuck's Olive? She's like, we're gonna go pick her up. And
Wow.
it was a trip. Like, I still remember picking her up, just like her coming out of it, just like, like I'm 10 years old. I'm breaking it down now, but like at the time, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I had no idea, Yeah, just no speaking. And there's like a ton of people there. They just do not speak.
Cool, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it forces you to listen, man.
Yeah. Such a trip.
Yeah.
Man.
Silence becomes the teacher. That's the whole point of those retreats of being like, of honoring the silence is like you're just basically letting it teach you, which
Yep.
and all the answers are in that silence. It's so deep. It's so. I mean, I would say a lot of it's funny now. I'm remembering these early DMT trips I used to do, aside from the Aya journeys in the mid 2000, like 2005, 2006. Yeah, early mid 2000s. and this was like a lot of the lyrics from even Traced in Air were coming out of that stuff, like it was kind of rooted in, and then Carbon was for sure full on. I was deep in Aya ceremony and also deep in taking care of sick people. And I had one patient in particular who was a real intense guy who had pancreatic cancer, and he brought me into his world. He had like 3 months to live, and we were like inseparable for 3 months, and
Wow.
with him till he took his last breath. And it was like the most powerful journey of my life. You know what I mean? Combining that with the medicine, it was just like real death with like the death of with a medicine death. So
You
like,
rocked him home, dude. You
yeah,
rocked him
it was
home.
such a beautiful, incredible fucking opportunity. It changed my life. Changed everything.
That's
Yeah.
deep, dude. I mean, those are that time, like, to accept, existence and non-existence, and
Yeah,
have somebody to hold your hand through it while you're having. I mean, that's
yeah,
why Maps is doing what they're doing,
yeah.
and how mushrooms are really helping people in Act 5 and facing the
So
void.
beautiful. I know.
You
I
know,
want to do that shit. I want to help like people at the end of their life, like take doses and stuff. I feel like there's a real model there that is, because I mean, it just seems like, of course, to help people enter death like less fearfully.
Yeah.
So many people are so scared.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, a lot of death too. It's like a lot of death nowadays, with like bring back social media. A lot of people like, um, I've brought it up before, which is the documentary about Rush, and well, they're trying to comfort Neil Peart after he's lost his
mm,
daughter and his wife in like within like a very short like amount of time, and a lot of people with this with the death thing is about them, not about the person. It's about like them comforting themselves with these ceremonies and these things. It's not about like actually honoring like the life and death thing. It's like, oh, this is for like thoughts and prayers. It's like, I'm posturing for it's
right.
kind of like a posturing thing. It's not about
Yeah,
like actually like respecting death. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. It's
Yeah.
true. Yeah, it's really needs to be met differently, and we're like the West is so behind on that. Like it's still taboo. It's still hidden away.
yeah.
It's something we don't like talk about, or like it's still this weird thing. It's not like incorporated in a way that it is healthy. And like
It
I
doesn't. It
dream of
doesn't. It
society.
doesn't really work with capitalist society, dude.
I know, man.
We
Yeah,
just got to
you're
really
right.
focus on.
But even like, how about creating hospitals that are like have a really healthy, beautiful, sophisticated view of death, where people go and get to kind of enter this final active dying phase with dignity, and there's all these possibilities on how they can work with their mind and meet it with courage. I mean, to think about that like environment, that could be, and I know those places exist. I mean, probably California had them in the 70s and 60s, but then they kind of fell away because there's been iterations of this in small ways for eons, right?
Right. It's like the set and setting situation for taking psychedelics. Like, let's get a set and setting for passing on to the next realm.
Yeah, man. I mean, Tibetan culture's had that forever. They're so advanced with this shit. It's insane. I mean, and by the way, you reminded me of something I wanted to mention because you were talking about books and stuff. And I mentioned this to a friend, another friend recently on another podcast, but there was a book called How Great Beings Die. And I think it was Susanna Blackman or something that wrote it. And it's just stories of death stories of like yogis and people that have deep spiritual practices, and
Mhm.
some of the most fascinating, that mind blowing one is, and it's the most advanced death technique in Tibetan Buddhism. It's called the rainbow body, and
Hmm.
it's basically these people master dissolving their body to like sand basically, and it's like, and they can turn it into a powder, and it'll smell like fucking flowers and shit. Like it's
Wow.
like they can decompose their own body. They're even known to have been seen like in their huts, like where like a burst of light happens, and then it's like they'll find them like very shrunken, like they become
Mm.
miniaturized, and then they pulverize their own body, and the whole place will smell like fucking floral
Potpourri.
essence. Yeah.
So what's the monks that meditate over graves?
Well, that's just a death practice where that's actually like a really, I think that's very common even for young monks is like,
Or but open graves, like to watch a body decompose, they would
yeah,
meditate over long periods of time
right.
while the body was decomposing.
Yeah, those are like impermanence practices. It's like working with the reality of impermanence and really realizing that that's you, that that's where you'll be one day, to integrate that like awareness in a very, um, hands on. It doesn't get more hands on
Right, right.
than sitting in front of a corpse.
How are you gonna face your existence and non-existence better than watching somebody's non-existence
Yeah,
go back to the earth?
That's a big Tibetan thing too. Remember, like when I told you Lama Tarshan died, that like helped raise me and stuff. Like they wanted to, I can't think of the name where you burn a body. What was it called? You burn a body,
Cremate?
like cremate, like in front of the whole crowd of people, and the state like came in and stopped it. And they're like, no, it's like bloodborne pathogens. You can't do it. But like, shout out Nicole, by the way. She just gave us like a bunch of people just showed up, like 70 people.
What
Love you,
up?
Nicole. Love you,
What
Nicole.
up, y'all? We're getting
But,
deep in this bitch. Your audio got weird, Joel. Sorry, I almost called you
I know,
Joseph.
that's
Your
what,
audio got weird.
I know.
How's my
That's
audio?
what,
Is it okay?
No, your audio is good,
I'll
Paul.
turn it down a
But
little bit. Am I
Joel's,
good? Am I good now?
I don't know. It's all like
Quiet.
scraggly.
Shit. Well, I'll be
But yeah,
quiet.
no, the
Got some scraggles going.
is like with the Buddhism and all that. It's like it's constant reminder of your meat body and how it's going to. You're going to shed it. You're going to shed it, and you're going to come back. Like the whole reliving to get through it and realize, are you still being a good person? It's ancient. It's going to go forever.
Oh
you know?
yeah. That's like an eternal law and shit, right? Like no one gets out alive essentially. So it's always a practice to fucking meet impermanence and meet. And it's unfortunately it's become taboo, but it is a real, like, it's one of those things where even now talking about it, I'm like, I want to get back in those rooms and work with people like that, because it fucking makes you, like, I'll just speak first person. It makes me live a very full and fully engaged life, because I realize, holy shit, this could happen to me at any moment.
Yes.
You really like that reminder. It shakes you up, man. Gets you out of any sleepy, cozy bullshit, and just
Exactly.
like, fucking, what am I doing with my time? Who am I? Fucking, how am I treating people? You suddenly just get woke up, and it's good stuff. Good.
Yes, definitely, dude. I mean, just to go off of you and watching that your friend pass on through that 3 months. I was in the room when my dad's dad passed away too, and also his mom too, but still in a different way. I was the only one in the room with him, even though it was just like a crazy experience, and but you still have this sense of like, I was there to comfort at the last moment. We're listening to Frank Sinatra. I'm talking about all the times we went to Hawaii, Aloha, Nano.
I dig that.
And yeah, so it's like that is something that you can take from you gave and you gained at the same time.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And it is all about comfort, man. Like, that's the thing. The patient takes precedence always. And that's the rule in any room with a dying person, is what do they want? What would they want? And this is why they always push, doing a directive, right? A letter, because like explaining, if I can't speak, if my brain shuts down, do this, A, B, and C, because you otherwise have family members or people around trying to make decisions, and it creates really fucked up environments. And so it's helpful if we kind of lay all that out. It makes that process much easier on a family or whoever's around the dying person.
Right.
But it's like, you know, it really is, the dignity of the patient comes first. And that's something I learned from Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. You know, she wrote like the Bible on dying. She wrote a book called On Death and Dying, and she just really kind of laid it all out. And she was always just like that. She was just, that was her like mantra, was like, the patient is the boss here.
And that's not normally the case,
It's
Paul.
never the case.
It really isn't. Like, I can think right now that it's literally the patient is the grief counselor for the living that will stay as they go.
Yeah.
And so it's all this anxiety, this death anxiety that builds up at the very end, and you know, maybe the mushrooms can help as well. But people like you who like, I want to just say that hold their hand as they're walking to that final breath, you know.
Yeah, man.
That is something that I wish that everybody can have, because there's so much grief and anxiety that's happening all at once, because there's so many people that you're finally going to be letting go of, but they're all like, wait, I don't want you to go. So it's like this constant thing.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
know. This is an ongoing situation constantly in the world, man. It's every
Right.
hospital right now is dealing with it, and it's yeah, it really
But
is.
hey, dude, I mean, that just shows you as a person, Paul. Like, I knew I am so over, like, everything that's happening tonight is so much more than I could have asked for, dude. I mean, spending this much time with you is literally, I'm grateful, dude.
I'm honored to be with you guys, man. It's been so nice hanging.
Dude.
And I mean, we haven't even gotten into ascension codes too much, but I mean, I guess we can just let's do a little quick thing on ascension codes, and let's get out of this one. But yeah, this is so awesome. All right, so now after Kindly Bent, all that happens. There's a lot of grief. There's a lot of loss, right? Obviously. And so what, as you at that moment, where do you finally make the decision? Okay, I want to continue Cynic in at you know, to further myself as an artist, and also to, you know, pay tribute to my fallen homies.
Yeah, I don't even understand what happened in the sense of how I even made it through that period.
Yeah.
Because it is like something else had to take over or something in a weird way, because it just annihilated me to the point to where there was no one there anymore, full on. And it was almost like, you know, without trying to make light of it, but I do feel like some other like entity had to come through or some shit to kind of push through and help me finish, like some ET being or something. Because I've been doing these practices, a certain kind of practice where it's almost like there's similar practices in Buddhism, where you visualize a deity in front of you, and it's almost like you can do this with loving kindness practice and other types of practices, but in this case they're actually supporting you, and you're feeling seen, and they're giving you a lot of strength and courage to move forward. And it's almost like you're interacting with this being that is helping you move through whatever it is you're going through. And there's another practice.
Some would call it a guardian angel. Some would call it.
Yeah, it could be an angel. it's funny for me. I have, since I had ET experiences as a young child, and then that kind of memories that came in my 20s and all this stuff. I have this being that I have seen as my mother since I was really young. So when I
Wow.
started to do these practices, she immediately appeared for me.
No
It was
shit.
like that's who I was going to console myself. It's almost like you're accessing a higher self version of your, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, yeah.
they could exist in some other dimension. I don't know what really is happening here, but I
Right.
do know that those practices helped me pick myself up off the ground when I couldn't play my guitar, when I couldn't finish things, when I was so destroyed that I questioned everything. I mean, literally, I was in a state of absolute despair to where and I've said this before, I thought I was supposed to die. I was like, it's my turn now,
Yeah.
and
Everything
I,
happens in threes or some shit like
yeah,
that, you
it
know?
was it was that kind of thinking that it happens in threes, and also the maybe I should take my own life.
Mm.
Like maybe it's my turn. Like just a swift exit. Like this is the end of the story with this project, and this is my journey. And
Wow.
crazy, I had those thoughts. I've never.
No, I don't think it's necessarily crazy. I mean,
Well, I've had them
it's
before,
a
but I
eh,
mean, I
I'm
had
just saying
it
it's a
a long time. And
yeah. I think that we all have those intrusive thoughts at times where it's like,
right, yeah,
really, but I also can tell that like during that time that's a dark, dark time, bro. So it's like
yeah,
you're gonna eventually skim over something that has to do with yourself and what those intrusive thoughts are going to happen while you're that's like letting your guard when all the dark shit happens, you're letting your guard down when you don't necessarily want it down, but then things get in there, you know.
yeah. And I think what happened for me is I had so much of my identity, my musical identity, my creative self merged with them,
Oh yeah,
especially
yeah.
Rhino. Like we were so one person for so long that when they fell away, it was like I thought I was like I didn't know who I was, and it was I had certain things I could latch onto, but nothing felt solid enough. It was all just like and meaninglessness. It was just like there's nothing here. I don't know who I am. Like I like and then I had to like, but I almost like it was like you're ushering in the spirit of your homies to even push through. It was like they became integrated into the process, and but it was the I mean I always say this, it's the most difficult experience of my life. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through, and it was a watershed moment. Like I forever my life will never be the same, obviously,
Yeah.
but to the point where like everything shifted even slightly, how I view
Hmm.
reality, how things like it's just like and you can sit there and go, oh, as something as mundane as death. I mean, we're all just beings of light, just trapped in physical forms. I mean, we're much bigger than the body. Like they're still here. They've just graduated from this experience, this dimension, this realm that you were in. Their form has gone into formlessness, and now you can communicate with them in a different way. And I believe all that, and I understand all of that on all those levels. But I also think there's just something annihilating about, and very brutal
Yeah.
death,
Yeah.
that being in this physical space, that it does something else. It just has another effect, and it doesn't matter how rich of an understanding and like spiritual point of view there can be to it. It's still fucking gut wrenchingly guttural,
Yep.
and just took me to my being a child again, to being
Well,
a little boy, and
I was gonna say, as a real Cynic fan, that it was gut wrenching to me about Sean, and then and Sean at the end of the year, and so how I know that how I felt, and then hearing your story tonight and how deep of a connection you had with those guys, I can't imagine.
I mean, dude, and I grieved, Reiner twice because Sean wasn't well for a while, and I tried gently to kind of change it up. I was like, bro, you need to get some help. This is not working, and
Mhm.
you don't want to play the way you used to. And I get it. You're playing the way you play is a fucking Olympian sport fucking thing. It's to play the way Sean played is a thing of youth. It's not meant. You're not meant to be playing like that in your fucking 40s. It's too much on the body.
Right.
It's like that kind of prog rock drumming. Like you're at peak powers, like maybe late 20s, early 30s, and it's downhill from there, man. If you're playing that kind of in that way, very intense, very hard.
Very
Sean,
meaningful. Like a side note technique. I told Casey recently, I can understand the language. I can't speak it, but
yeah,
that man had a wrist technique that I haven't seen from anybody else
oh,
in metal.
dude, yeah, his cymbal work. I mean, he spoke with the cymbals. Just
And
listen.
the ghost that he had. Oh, dude.
No, he had full facility. Sean could say whatever he wanted to say, so he was just in a state of expression all the time. But it was busy and active, and sometimes subtly active, but to the point where it also, it beats your body down, man.
Yeah.
And you do tour after tour of playing like that. If you're not in peak health and fucking on top of your game, it's gonna beat the fuck. And Sean liked to party, and
Yeah.
he was partying harder and harder over the years, and it got to the point where it was affecting everything. And I tried my damnedest to just say, Sean, let's do something else. Like you can maybe just we come together and we do the records and I get someone for touring so you don't have to slog it out and fucking do a gig every night. And he was like, no, no me, no
Mm,
Cynic. And that was the beginning of him planting the seed to destroy the band, which led to the breakup in 2015.
right.
And it was really our split. I had no idea that this was I had tried to gently kind of dissolve things with him in a loving way, and he wasn't going to have it that way. He was like,
Really.
so it was like it turned this corner, and it became violent, and like where he really tried to destroy the band. I mean, and
Mm,
fucking, and it was brutal, man. It was like years of legal fucking battles. I went into debt, fucking paying lawyers to fight that situation.
with
Never coming.
Roadrunner, you're talking about, right? The
No,
Roadrunner
I'm
thing.
talking
Oh,
about
with
my legal
oh,
dispute with Sean in 2015. It was a
ah,
nightmare, and it
Is that the one
lasted
that
for
like
years.
you like went on a plane flight or something and you came back and then all of a sudden
Yeah,
this drum
we
was going
played
on?
Japan. We
Japan, that's
played
right.
2 shows in Japan. We were supposed to go to China, but we didn't make it there because my passport went missing. And
mm,
I now, in hindsight, I don't know if it was Sean that threw that passport away, but it canceled those dates, and he went home early and proceeded to do all the things that he needed to do, which was file a trademark to take the Cynic name, fucking hijack the socials, which I had given him admin of all the socials. He had nothing to do with them just a month prior. And so it was like there was these strategic steps, and it all unfolded and imploded when I got off the plane from Japan. Suddenly my phone blows up, and it's like, suddenly I'm hearing Cynic's broken up, and Sean's, it's just like, what? Fucking
yeah, yeah.
and and what I'm my point in telling this story is that I went from rage and
Hmm.
anger with him, feeling absolute betrayal, to and working through that, real to then this legal battle and the whole dissolution of our relationship. So I lost him as a friend. I lost my brother. So I grieved him. I grieved him for fucking years.
Right.
And I was so heartbroken and sad, actually, that things ended in the way they did, and that I lost him. You know, like even as a friend, as a bandmate, like I was like, oh fuck, Sean.
It's like a 30-year
I was trying to
30-plus
end
year
it anyways, but I was trying to keep it going just in a way that would work for us both. But it was all or nothing for him. And then, you know, years pass, no communication. The last time I physically saw Sean was we both went to Devin Townsend's show in LA because we're both his friend. And I walked past Sean. We were in the same room, man. I walked past him and I looked at him like, you know, just like,
Yeah.
and he just went and walked past me.
Oh man.
Like he was still mad, you know?
Really?
He was still mad at me for something.
I was hoping for something else than that, dude.
Yeah, I was like, what are you mad about, bro? Like, what happened? And then I realized you're mad because I was Sean's shadow figure. I was his punching bag his whole life. I'm not going to be holier than thou than this, but I did hold a lot of Sean's fucking anger and pain. I became he was like my little brother who would just fucking just use me, you know, as a way to process all of his pain and frustration. And I held it for him for years. And he never, it ended that way. At the end of the story, he blew the pepper back in my face, you know?
Yeah.
It was so heartbreaking for me because Malone, you know, Sean also went and split up the Cynic camps. He went and called everybody we had in common and said, it's me or Paul. It was horrible.
Whoa.
And fucking a lot of people were like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, and some friends didn't pick a side. And then other friends did. And it created this rift in the Cynic camp, which was so sad. And so there was a lot of grieving and chaos that happened there. Even Malone, he went to Malone, said, pick a side. And Malone's like, are you going to do this?
Wow.
And Malone's like, I guess I'm going to have to fucking go with Paul because I know what's going on here. And Sean's like, I'm never talking to you ever again. So we both were left with this place where Malone and I, in our friendship, were like, one day we're going to be friends with Sean again. We're going to connect with him again. We're going to heal this relationship. This was our conversations Malone and I had, thinking that we would heal that friendship and it would actually get better one day. And then we get the fucking call from DiGiorgio. He's dead.
Whoa.
And it was like, oh, fuck. You know, like unresolved, all that. And you're just like, now he's gone. So it was like, you know what I mean? That this was the journey from 2015, like the chaos of all that, the implosion of Cynic. This was right at the beginning of starting the tour, Kindly Bent to Free Us. And then, so people wonder why there was 7 years. It's like, fucking a lot happened, a lot of things, life happened. And there was a lot of work that had to be done to put things back together, to find the energy to put this project, to kind of see who we were again without Sean, you know? And I think Humanoid was the beginning of that. And, but man, it was, Sean's always a part of this, you know?
Right. Yeah.
You know, he'll always be a part of this. He's my brother. I love him deeply. I'm so connected to him, but I just broke some shit down I've never told anybody. So
well, dude, I mean, thank you so much for that. Just, yeah. I mean, and I'm not saying that I really just wanted to pull that out of you, but I love that you were able to open up about that. And
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, that was a little roller coaster for me, but
Yeah,
that's the thing is like us as people, it's everybody's having their own experience, you know, and unfortunately, Sean's experience at that time was something that just wasn't, you know, melding with you, you know, and or with this whole take the sides thing. I can't believe that happened, dude. I didn't know that deeply about I knew that there was like the beef that was happening at that time because we heard about it too. You know, if you're on social media, you would have seen that at that time.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I was hoping for more of a happy ending, and I'm not saying that.
I kind of like that. I mean, I don't like, but I mean, getting the realness, the actual like seeing like Paul like actually like I was in his situation just now. I felt like being
Yes.
him. I'm like, dude, what's going on? Like, why am I? I'm trying to like make all this work. I want and there's another force that's going on. It's a force that you've been playing music with since you were a child. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's not any force. It's not the random band member going like, meh, meh, meh. It's like the person that you've it's the longest relationship of your life, you know.
Yeah. Oh, full on. And, we forged our identities together, man. Like,
Yeah,
we learned about who we were. We lived together. We worked together. We did everything together. It was like I spent more time with Sean than my own, blood brother. It was like at the end of the day, it was as close as you get. And you're making music, really intense music that takes everything out of you. So, and then all the other projects we did. And so it was, yeah, I mean, it's like one of the most significant relationships of my life. And it ended tragically, man. And Sean, yeah, it's
And then
heartbreaking.
Malone at the end of the year too, dude. I mean, I don't mean to harp on like all the darkness of the story, but Joel, I'm hearing like chirpies and flirpies from your mic, bro, constantly.
I muted it. I don't know. I have no idea where it's coming from. It's sort of interference. But
Okay,
I'm gonna mute myself when I don't talk.
all right. I was just I don't what I was saying was like hearing with those two in the same year for you, man. I feel for you so hard, dude.
I
I,
mean, dude, I made it through and I'm still here. And I, I'm just grateful that I got the opportunity to encounter these two fucking
right.
brilliant
You were able to exist at the same moment,
and
you know.
fucking make music with them. I mean,
Yes.
it's a fucking blessing that I got to spend all this time making music with these
Yes.
geniuses.
Your
Fucking
your blips lined up, dude, and you guys
dude.
found each other. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was saying this to someone else recently. It's so rare to meet other musicians that you have a connection with. It's hard to keep a band together. It's hard to make a band. Like I know how hard it is to musicians. We're in a class all our own, man. We're our own type of weird artists, and to find ones that you sync with and have chemistry and can make music together that resonates. It's so rare and so precious. And I had that with few guys. I mean, even Focus era, but then, like, when it was the four of us, but then you go into like the post years where it was really just the three of us as the core. That was like magic. I mean,
Yeah.
magic for so many beautiful exchanges and so many things happen. And it's like, I so lucky I got to do that, and
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall of that
yeah,
because
man.
of what Focus was to me and what everything that you've done, but what Focus was me when I found it. I
Yeah.
would have loved to.
Oh, well, dude, let me tell you some good news. So, Jason, our, guitar player from that record,
Jason Goebel.
goes Jason Goebel. He had bought hard earned money, man. He bought a fucking high A camera and he videotaped all that shit. We have the entire making of Focus on video, and
Wow.
it's like it's not very fancy camera work. It's a lot of just sitting on a tripod type of shit in a room, but it's there, man. There's
Good.
tears, there's screaming matches, there's fucking working out parts of songs. It's like, and we're gonna turn it into something really beautiful.
Well, that would be amazing, dude.
Yeah, that's the plan, is to make it into like a cool doc or something, because it's like it is a rare old moment, snap, like flashback into like a period of time that you can never return to.
Right. It's like, yeah, you love a painting. It's actually my vote. Is it my audio? Every time I talk, I'm hearing this little chirp thing now.
Maybe you are with the headphones. You're hearing a lot of detail.
Yeah, maybe if you guys aren't hearing it, that's fine then. But I'm saying, like, if you love a painting, how cool would it have been to go back and watch the footage of like when they decided to put
Right.
this part in the yes, dude, totally.
That's a trip to think about that. Yeah, like a painter, the moment they made
because I do enjoy art and I love staring at it for a long period of time to really take it all in, and to be like, oh, there are certain aspects of a painting that are my favorite parts of the painting.
Yeah.
So I would love to see the whole process to see when that came into play.
That's a trip to think about that. I wonder if painters are running cameras now documenting that stuff. I guess some are.
There should that if it isn't the thing, that should be a thing now.
Yeah. I know at festivals there's live art, the stuff that happens, but like to think of like crazy masterpieces and shit,
Right. Totally, dude. Well, dude, I mean, we're coming up on 4 hours, Paul. How much longer do you want to go, bro?
This time anyways, huh?
Yeah, we're at 3:55, dude.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, I should probably get to bed.
Yeah, I know it's 2:00 in the morning for you, or 3:00 in the morning. No, 2:00. Yeah. Dude, Paul, this is
this is the
amazing,
greatest.
bro.
Dude,
amazing.
Man, I'm so grateful to have met you guys, and we'll have to do maybe we'll do another one another time and get
any time you want, dude. You have open. I say this. Open invitation whenever you want, dude. We'll move guests. It doesn't matter, dude.
I love it, dude. And you guys, I mean, you have a real reputation. Your podcast has like, when people were like, I posted it, they were like, and I did they were just like, fucking hey, there was like a lot of excitement. Like, there's a name here, you guys.
Cool, dude.
Yeah. How long have you been doing this?
Since October 2020.
Okay, man, you got some momentum going here.
Thanks, bro. Yeah. Hey, dude.
Cool.
Your endorsement is the greatest thing I've ever heard during this thing.
I mean, I get it now though, because you guys all balance each other out in an interesting way. Like, I'm still
cool, dude.
I mean, I want to learn more about each of you, because I feel like there's like mysterious aspects going on.
All right. Part two. He's working it out.
Yeah.
No, but it's cool because it's like you guys got a good flow. It's
cool,
like,
bro.
Yeah.
That means the world to me, and I'm sure it means the world to these guys as well, dude.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
This started.
I know I sound like shit, but Paul, last question. I sound like a robot or whatever.
Wait, before you do that, before you hold your question, I just want to go off what he was saying. We have to give him the little. We have to give him the backstory. We're all in a band together. We've been in the band together since 2005. I joined, but Casey started the band in 2000. It's called Odious Mortem, and I'm the vocalist. Joel's the bassist, the one that sounds garbage right now, and Casey, super quiet guy over there on the other side. He's my drummer. He's fucking amazing, bro. And yeah, we're just all best friends, dude.
Okay, so you guys are old friends.
Oh yeah, old friends, dude. And this was kind of started as like a thing to hang out during the pandemic, And
that's cool.
Here we are at 89 episodes later, and we have you on as a legend, dude. You're
Dude.
literally a very important aspect to our upbringing, dude. And,
oh man, I am so grateful. So cool.
Yes, dude. And to hear what you're saying right now, and to have like Idol tell us that we're doing something right, dude. Yes,
dude, man. No.
We're gonna go for another 89 episodes now, dude.
Oh, 89. That's a cool number too. That's
right.
I mean, that was I actually,
At 17, that reduces down to an 8. I'm an 8.
yeah, an 8. I know. I was thinking about that. It's 8. It's the the figure 8, infinity. It's like
Boom.
it's a good number, man. Yeah,
Totally, dude.
really cool.
Yeah, and 4 is a good number too, and we're about to hit 4 hours, so maybe we should talk for 50 more seconds to make that make
That's
sure that
perfect.
happens.
Yeah.
DeGiorgio's how many more 4-hour episodes do we have? We have DeGiorgio. He broke 4
Oh, I
hours.
love the Giorgio. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a great dude too. He lives in Antioch, which is an hour from me. So
Oh, nice. Yeah.
we got the same Bay
Yeah.
Area adjacent mentality,
That's
and
cool.
he's stuck in it for 4 hours with us too. And dude, the 2 of the 4 people on Human have gone 4 hours on our show.
That's
and by the way, we didn't even talk about Human really.
Yeah, we can get
We
into
skimmed over it, but I wanted it to be the Paul Masvidal episode, and I know that you were involved in Human, but at the same time, I just really wanted to hear like what was coming out of you.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely obviously contributed to Human. I'm just saying, like, your brainchilds. I wanted all your brainchilds for the episode.
Yeah. I mean, it was really like Sean and I got to really just be with each other in the presence of like Chuck's music. You know what I mean? Because it's really like Chuck had these little demos and these songs, and we had our thing. We were already established as homies and as players. And so it was like we got to get in there and just do our thing, and we pushed it as far as we could. Like we would sometimes go too far, and Chuck would rein us back. You know what I mean? Like trying to like I would try and write a counter riff or some crazy thing, and he was like, "No, maybe a harmony or something." And it was like,
yeah.
Sean would push things drum wise as far, but I mean, I think Chuck did a good job in terms of producing that because it kind of just worked in the way it's a progression from spiritual healing, right? Just like in the right way. It kind of felt like the next step.
It's my favorite Death album.
Oh yeah.
It's cool. Yeah, and DeGiorgio had his own thing going with Reinert, man. That was so hip. They were bonding like old school rhythm section and like working out parts, and you know what I mean? Like Sean would, Steve would play to Sean's role, like I'm going to play when you do that thing, I'm going to do that thing. And it was very like Geddy Lee, Neil Peart kind of vibes,
Sick, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know how prominent or rare that is nowadays with tech death and all that stuff. Like the rhythm section is important.
Yeah.
In tech death.
I don't know.
We play the tech death genre, so I'm more so asking my resident homies right now, like, do we look at a rhythm section the same way they did back then?
I mean, my mic sounds like farts, but I want to. Like, I mean, it's a lot of it's been taken away from editing and a lot of making things.
Yeah, like programming. Yeah, that's true.
So, a lot of,
shout out Brandon Griffin, Giffen, dude.
Yeah. And also too, I mean, it's like Trevor, one of my best friends over here. Like the bass kind of gets like nowadays, like the sound engineer goes like, "Oh, bass sick, down." Like they turn it down. They don't like include it really. It's like So that's another thing that needs to be brought back.
Yeah, and bass, because the rhythm section, man, like the drums are the most important thing. It's setting the whole environment for the music, and it's like how everything rests on that drummer, and it's like, and then you're building from there. And it's people don't realize, they underestimate that. And a lot of the prog death stuff, it gets so guitar geeked out, it loses that sense of like rhythm section. And that was really always been the core of Cynic. It's like, this is fucking rooted on this rhythm section. Like this is where this thing sits, and then everything else is floating on top, right? But it's it is. It's important. I think there should be more of that. I don't know. Maybe Malone will inspire waves of in DeGiorgio some more melodic kind of, because that's the thing. They have to learn how to write independent, autonomous bass lines that are also locked in with the drummer, and but have really become the glue. Like Malone became the glue for Cynic. Like he really kind of brought the guitars and the vocals, which were in this weird trippy space, and connected it to Reiner. He became the thing that kind of made it all work together. And I even explained that to Dave McKay on Ascension Codes. I was like, you're going to be the thing that kind of brings me closer and kind of becomes the tractor, between the drums and the guitar environment.
Right.
Like you're kind of like this middle space that's just where it all sits, and
a tether in a sense,
kind of a tethering role a lot of times if it's extremely like melodic and sitting in the right pocket and stuff. And unfortunately, with a lot of metal historically, it would just follow the guitar. You're just supposed to follow the guitar, and but when there's a real voice with a bass player and they have something to say, I mean, man, it's a game changer.
And you immediately know.
You immediately know. Yeah, because they can turn chords around, they can rewrite the harmony, the way the vocal sits can feel completely
different. Can pull your attention away from the guitar and just on them.
Full on. They can turn, like, that's the thing. Malone would fucking, turn things on its head all the time for me. I would give him song ideas, or we'd work stuff out, and he'd give me 5 examples of bass parts of how he could approach this one riff. And each time it was like completely different, Like completely different. So
what are you doing right now, Joel?
I'm trying to make myself sound okay.
You sound better, but now we got I think I need to go one ear because I'm hearing echo like a shit. All right,
we can call it.
Yeah, let's call it Paul. But dude, you are so welcome to come back whenever you want, dude.
Yeah.
Literally, this was the best it's ever been, and hearing that you want to come back on just warms my heart so much, dude.
Yeah,
I have a great time with you, dude.
That'd be awesome.
I'm so glad that we've got to hang out. I didn't even get to tell you there was this. We're gonna end it on this. It will be such a fast story. I took a picture with you outside of Slim's in San Francisco, but my wife put it on video. We had a video camera, not a phone. It was old enough to where we still had cameras, and she put it on video. And we're sitting there. I'm trying to find the micro SD thing, but we're just sitting there, arms around each other, and it's just like technology, huh? Yeah. It's not, technology it's not working right now because she's just like, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to, but she's filming it the whole time. So we're just sitting there like,
oh, funny
technology. I'll find it though, dude. I will find it because it's in storage right now, but I wanted it ready for the show, but I'm so not advanced in technology that I would not have been able to get it onto the computer and get it to these guys in time. But all right, that was a long thing about that. But anyways,
no, that's cool. Yeah, if you find it, send it to me. I want to see it.
Yeah, I will. I definitely will. But yeah, dude, thank you so much again, dude, and thank you to everybody who's been here since the beginning and who's here now. We will, dude. I got to take my headphones off because there's so much echo going on.
Yeah, and I'll let you know. I might be up in NorCal, like maybe in the next month or 2.
Dude, I would love to hang out. I'll go grab a beer. We'll go have dinner. I would do anything to hang out with you and have this conversation further. No doubt, dude.
All right, man.
Well, thank you so much. Again, go to wherever. What did you say for the Cynic plugs? Where you want them to go?
Well, indie merch and traveling merchant for merch stuff. And then,
do you guys have a band camp or anything like that?
Yeah, band camp. There's the label band camp. Season of Mist has a band camp for Cynic, and then I have another one that just has other stuff. And I'm actually gonna get the demos up on there now because they're not online.
We didn't even talk about your solo project, dude. We definitely have to have.
Yeah, we'll do another one, man. Yeah,
for sure. Well, cool.
Good night, you guys.
Yeah, dude. And one more time, battleforgecoffee.com, Cali Death Podcast, bigcartel.com. If you have a small XXL or an XL, why did I go XXL first? all those sizes you could still get. 4 more shirts. Then we're done with those. We're gonna go get some more shit. All right, dude. This was so much fun, dude. This was a dream come true. I already said it in the beginning. Paul, we're just what you can go now. We'll have a couple we'll have a post pod after this too. But if you want to hang out, that's fine. But thank you to everybody who's here in the chat. Yeah, dude.
Right. See you guys.
Yeah.
Love you,
everybody.
Love you.
Rock
Thanks
on
again, Paul. Fuck yeah, that was so sick. Love you, dude.
See you next week, guys.
Yes.